Hello. Hello and welcome to the All Around Natural Beauty RN channel, where I'm passionate about helping victims of all ages, all genders, overcome the fear of facing the abuse to become survivors. We started this journey, with a lot of energy, excited about getting justice for Shanquella Robinson. And y'all see the title of the video here. U.S. authorities will not pursue charges in the death of Shanquella Robinson. I'm in shock. I'm in shock. I was not expecting. I feel like I just got the wind knocked out of me. I'm in shock. That was the last thing that I was expecting. I came on the live last night. I was not, I wasn't thinking there was anything come back for tonight. And then I see this headline and I'm floored. I'm just, what? So we're gonna watch the videos. There's some reading. We're gonna read the report and watch the video where I haven't seen it yet, but apparently they made a decision, and we're going to watch the video with them telling this horrible news to the mother of Shanquella Robinson, that there's not enough evidence. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say on this. This is almost like unbelievable. I feel like, we was getting, I don't know. Wow. I don't know what to say. I see y'all coming in here too. Let's see what y'all. All right. Thank you so much, Janet Jenkins, a new member. I appreciate you, and especially this comes at this moment where, like, I don't know what do we do from here. This is a big smack in the face to, women all over, all around. What's up, sweet Capricorn? What's up? JP6, how is his take the votes away? I was thinking about that too, because I think last night I was mentioning something about, this Biden campaign and reason why nothing was, really being done. And then today they really put the icing on the cake to say, yeah, we ain't doing nothing. We don't support this here. We are in favor of these kind of things happening. And if they say that it's because of the bogus, the bogus statement, the bogus fake autopsy report that Mexico put out there, if they are saying that if this is the reason why, that they're going to believe an autopsy report from the Attorney General, I mean, I don't know. We're going to watch it together, y'all. So like I said, I didn't know anything about that. Apparently, this thing happened earlier today, and there was, a press conference, and they told the family, like, no, we ain't doing nothing. Y'all haven't proved anything. There's not enough proof is what they're saying. I agree with you on that vote thing. And like I was saying yesterday, I never saw myself being political, or, even I never wanted to do any of that kind of stuff. However, it really appears that, we're going to have to get political. You are absolutely right, JP6. So, we're going to be talking about and really promoting people, making sure that you are registered to vote. We're going to be more assertive with this. We. I'm just in shock, y'all. I'm really in shock. I agree with you on that. Sweet Capricorn says all these theories on YouTube, all the discrepancies, I feel played a role in the decision. Yeah, I feel played a role. I think they're just using it as an excuse. They're using it as an excuse because if you stick to the math and science and the facts, the fact of the original death certificate, which stated the injuries in the beginning, they said severe spinal cord injury and a broken neck. And then they upgraded the word to atlas luxation. But they always stuck to those two injuries. And now this new crap with obvious reasons why we wouldn't believe this autopsy report is not from a physician, and everything that Mexico has been saying this whole time has been from the police. And if the FBI is saying that this is why they're not doing it because of this new found autopsy report, if they can't see that that's as phony as a $3 bill, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, y'all. Betty, hey Betty. Betty says, hello, beautiful RN everyone. How are y'all doing tonight? Yeah, so, like I said, I don't know how I'm feeling right now. I just feel like, is this a joke? Really? Did they say that? But it's y'all gonna see it's not gonna be a joke when I play the news report. And this is from, our news, ABC, CBS, that's jail. Stating that, the U.S. ain't doing nothing. U.S. is like, we out. Hey, Deanna, thank you so much for coming back here, and appreciate all of the attention, and the stuff that happened. I don't know what to do now, y'all. This is was the last thing that I thought was going to happen. And it's so obvious. It's like, wow, y'all really letting it be known that, this whole thing is being manipulated by some powers that be. It's like, y'all just blatant with it, like, right? Y'all just right on out with it. Janet Jenkins says, hi, RN in chat, and justice for Shanquella. Yes, justice for Shanquella. I mean, like, now, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that maybe this has something to do with, that the votes are coming up and they're going to use this as a bargaining chip in some way or something. There has to be an explanation for this, because I don't get how this could happen. But again, I go back to the Rodney King situation back in the early 90s when, no one thought that, that those 5 police officers would get off with all of the video evidence that was there. Right? And we see here that, it is whatever they say it is here, right? Especially in this country. JP6 says, I have no faith in American justice system. I don't even have, I can't even say nothing to that. I feel you on that. Betty says, I'm so sad about this nonsense. Me too. I mean, I felt like I was really just starting to feel good about it. And my plan was to, I was chopping up the videos and stuff from the old lives. And, just to keep it out there, I was going to, make sure that I try and drop off as many as possible to keep the name out there, And I'm not even sure how I ended up seeing the post that, the US is like, nah, there's nothing here. Like they just big time gaslighting us, right? Yeah, there's nothing there. This doesn't prove anything. And this autopsy said there was some uh, hematomas and there was some post-mortem shock. Yeah, that's so, hey. Sweet Capricorn said, for those who vote, show your disappointment. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. And for those who haven't even registered to vote, we about to get, something needs to happen. We need to show out like we did when President Obama was running. That was the first time I had ever seen so many people, Black people, in the lines to vote. It was a long line crowd. We need to make sure that the presence is going to be felt this election coming up too. We want somebody giving us justice, not silencing the horrible treatment that women are experiencing in this country. This don't make any sense. We need to stick together. Women from all around. This is an attack on women. An attack on women. Let's see here. Thank you so much, Sweet Capricorn. That's so true. And I thank all the men who's standing up for this too, this horrible treatment. Let's see. Alina say hi, everyone. Yes, Dina says, Ariane, you called it last night. Autopsy not right. Yeah. And that's why I'm feeling like, okay, I feel like, they watching this. I feel like the Truman Show. Anybody see that movie, The Truman Show? Jim Carrey played in it. And, it was like they had his life on this TV and they were organizing all of it. They were controlling all of it. And then he started to get suspicious and find out about it, right? And that's how I feel. I'm like, this is the Truman Show for real, for real. This doesn't make any sense. This is crazy. Yes, Deanna said, Ariane, you called it last night. Autopsy not right. So how can they prosecute on that? Because that wasn't an autopsy from last night. That was some baloney paperwork. That wasn't an official autopsy. It didn't even, it said conclusion. It did not say a cause of death. They gave us a word salad paper, y'all. Word salad. Sweet Capricorn said, when it's time for election, the VP begged for the votes, and she's silent as F right now. Yeah. Yeah, this here was a smack in the face, y'all. A smooth smack in the face. That's a bunch of crap, Betty Yellock says. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, like I said, I literally had just made a clip. I was getting ready because I wasn't going to come on tonight. I was like, I'll just put out one of these clips and that will be my way of showing support. I've offered the platform, people to come to gather and showing, we're keeping the name out there. Then I see, this headline, U.S. authorities will not. I'm like, I had to, what will not pursue charges in Shanquella Robinson. So, I felt like, maybe I should, not maybe, but, I should come on. And then I was still having doubts with that too, thinking like, what is going on here? Why are they going through these measures to do this? What, is going on here, right? Why is this happening? Right? Why? JP6 says, punish them at the ballot. That's true. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, I never wanted to be political. Like I always would say, politics and religion, stay away from that. But I don't know. I'm really leaning towards, being political here because this here, some political crapola that's happening here. Sweet Capricorn said, proving the point, Black women are the least protected. Yes, 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 yes. And that's like super, super sad to know. Super sad to know. And, you know, I wasn't, I guess I had my head in the sand, or I was, still asleep and, under this programming of, just as a Black woman, just kind of sacrifice yourself for the betterment of your family, you do for everybody and you last, right? But y'all know that I say that when you get on the airplane, they tell you to put your oxygen mask on first before you help anyone else out. And I really believe that we, as Black women and women in general, but especially Black women, because you are absolutely right, somebody has to be on top, somebody has to be on bottom, right? So we have to deal with reality and know that this is the perception that's out there. And what we need to do to be able to change that is to join together, right? Stop fighting amongst ourselves and stuff, and stop seeing one another as an enemy. That's why I say it's really women in general too, right? We need to all come together and stop it. Stop it. So we can be heard, right? But we turn our heads and let our sisters suffer abuse in silence, and no one says anything. We enable the men who do this and support them, right? No one is holding them accountable for this kind of stuff. Anyway, yes, it's so sad to know these things are true. Super sad. Betty says they said her neck was not broken. I heard. Yeah, I heard that too. And to that, I understand. Okay, so we can. Y'all want to watch the video? How you gonna tell me her neck wasn't broken? We saw her head get broken off of her body. How dare them say her neck wasn't broken? And I said I was gonna try to, just okay, but when I can't help but to feel outraged when we saw her get the neck broken. We saw her head dangling off her body. We saw her back, the vertebrae all jacked up and broken. We saw the severe spinal cord injury. And for them to say that her neck wasn't broken, yeah, I heard that too. So hopefully that's not what we're going to see when we watch this video or read through these articles. But I did hear that too, Betty. So I'm not going to be super surprised. Jody Blake says, I have no words. This is crap. I feel you on that. Y'all see, I'm just blah, 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 blah. I don't even know what to say. It was like I was not expecting this. Like I was saying, like it feels like the Truman Show because it's comical to say something like that. Her neck wasn't broke. What are you talking about? Do I need to play the video again? Olivia Smith says she was wrong skin color. Period. I'm sick of it. Justice for Shanquella. Yeah. Yeah. JP6 says those who make peaceful revolutions impossible make violent revolutions inevitable. You're absolutely right. That is a profound statement there. Deanna says no, it's because that's fake and she was embalmed and they are saying no neck injury. Okay, so when we go back to the beginning, her mama said she had a broken neck. Everybody was talking about the broken neck. We saw the broken neck. We saw the broken neck. We saw the broken neck. And that wouldn't have nothing to do if she was embalmed or not. The frame, that's your foundation, your skeletal frame. That is going to be broken up regardless. No kind of embalming is going to change that. That could be seen on an x-ray. They think we're stupid. JP6 says it's going to be World War III. Betty Yellock said, was the word femicide the problem? Because U.S. does not recognize that word. No, okay, yeah, we're going to play it. Let me read this Acts of Faith. Then we're going to play the videos and stuff. It wasn't about the word. They're saying that there's not enough evidence, that the autopsy didn't show a broken neck. And if they going by that bogus crap of paper that Sue Ann Robinson presented, from the Attorney General, since when did lawyers start doing autopsies or have anything to do with an autopsy? Since when do the police report announce the cause of death? I can't believe they did this to this family. This is horrible. This is horrible. I'm thinking that this femicide does have something to do with it, and it's not because of the word. It's because of the protection that is being provided to this class by this current administration. Janet Jenkins says this came from the FBI field office in North Carolina. And they are saying that ignore what your eyes saw and believe us. It's straight up BS. Yes. So, exactly. So this here, they're trying to get us to believe in delusional thinking. How are we going to ignore what we saw and believe them? This here is so narcissistic. Thank you for your statement there. That's excellent. Don't make no sense. Lena says we need to see the United States autopsy. They see something. Yeah, this is horrible. Betty says the Cabo Devil 6 need to be sued. Yeah, this is horrible, y'all. This is horrible. Deanna says, and now Winter's audio has to be her. Winter's audio has to be her. Let's see here. JP6 says, punish their asses at the ballot boxes. Yes, I'm with you on that. Like I said, I'm going to be promoting and encouraging everybody to get registered to vote. It's amazing how so many people, want to say stuff, but, don't want to exercise their right to vote. It's a lot of us, and we need to come together, and yes, that's where we punish them at. It's going to be calls of actions nowadays. I'm going to be putting out calls of actions. Register to vote. And we're going to be talking about some of the things that some of these candidates are promoting or are, in favor of, because, could be a direct result of, how some of these, people getting off with stuff. And then we got to, think about how it's kind of already up in our faces here. Deanna says, "You look fantastic tonight, by the way." Thank you very much. I'm getting better with all these initiatives too. And that's what I'm saying too. We was just getting started. I was just getting ready to start fighting. Now they trying to, you know, deflate what we're doing over here and, just really insult us with the whole she didn't have no broken neck. Like we didn't just see her get her neck wrung and her head, kicked off and knocked off. Thank you, Deanna. I appreciate that. Betty said, it's because she is, yes. Let's be real. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Carolina Number Child Media. Hey, what's going on? Said, thanks for covering the case. Love, you said the autopsy was bogus. I wish things would have turned out differently. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm not really sure like what our options are. I think they're trying to say, that still hope or, still could, I don't know. So we'll see a little bit more on there. But it felt like to me that once they saw that we were going to continue to fight back with all the lies by coming back with the truth, when they saw they couldn't do anything about that, they said, oh, well, we're not doing, we're not going to pursue it. Case closed. So I don't know what we do from now, but I appreciate your encouragement, Carolina Number Child Media. Deanna said, just right in our face. They don't care. Exactly. I mean, like, I'm like laughing here because I'm like, is this real? Is this real? But this must be how our ancestors felt, when, they were like, you can't go to the school or you can't, sit in the front, you got to get up and give up your seat in the bus. You were already there for, really? But I guess, they, I don't know. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm like, really? Is this real? Let's see here. Where's all the famous people at? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it is something happening to where they put it out there, and this is, like in the beginning, when people were saying a certain thing, it was like when they wanted to change the narrative, they they put the stories out there, and a lot of YouTubers took it and ran with it, and some was like, oh no, these are lies, and didn't promote that. But it was like they're molding how people are, what the thoughts are. But the thing that we have to stand on is that we can always go back to what was said. At least that's what we thought we were doing. But then they showed us, right? Well, guess what? We're not going to do nothing about it. We're not going to do nothing about it. But somebody put out a good point. They said it was the local FBI. So, maybe Sue Ann is right. Maybe there's still time for us to continue to seek high-level diplomatic intervention here. I don't know. What y'all thinking here? Deanna said, first, it was because femicide. Then United States fall. Now, not enough evidence. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like they keep changing the goalposts, right? More narcissistic moves here. I don't think they ever plan to give any justice in this case. Until November. Yeah. Yes, I feel you on that. Click. Hey, Tamika. Tamika says, hello and blessings to all the beauties and beautifuls. Yeah, beauties. I don't know what we need to do here. Any suggestions? What do we do on this one? So, I'm going to get ready to show our video the one of the court, at them at the court. I haven't seen it, so it's going to be, when we're watching it together. Deanna says, and that was the thing to do. Collect best info when you backwards. Yeah, take it backwards. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I think we was just getting too hot for them, so they was like, "Nah, we got to shut it down. We got to shut it down. If they read this weak ass autopsy report one more again, oh, we go. If they keep going back to those old videos, keep saying, oh, but Geraldo, the Mexican reporter said this. Oh, but the people were saying that. Oh, remember y'all said this, right? That's the good thing about the videos, because oftentimes when people are liars, it'll just be their word against yours. But when you can just say, wait a minute, press this play real quick. Remember that? You can do that, and then you have them telling you that that's not what was, how you took that out of content. Right? That's what they tell you. Hey, Tamika. All right, vote asses out. I agree with you, JP6. Yes. Like I said, I wasn't trying to be political, but by golly, it's about time to, can't, like I said, over here, we don't do moments of silence. And for those of you who don't know me, welcome to the channel. I'm 52 years old. I'm here representing the Gen X people. I'm also the proud mother of 3 adult children, 2 XY chromosomes, and 1 XX. Have over 30 years of nursing experience. And I'm just a mature woman. And being the Gen X, we was here before the internet, before they could just show you new pictures and change your perception. That's why it's super important to read, right? And stick to the math and science, because you see how they're trying to switch up the reality here. This is the glitch in the matrix that they're trying to put out there. But we ain't gonna file for the banana in the tailpipe, right? Y'all with me? We ain't filing for no banana in the tailpipe. They trying to tell us that the girl's neck wasn't broken. We saw it. We saw the video. And that's why they was trying to stop people from playing the video and stuff. People going out there talking about, I don't want to see it and all that stuff. That's why I'm saying, y'all, sometimes, it's not pretty, but we got to keep watching this, because if we didn't keep watching this, when they say, oh, her neck wasn't broken, people will actually start to believe that and forget that you saw her head drop down to her chest. You saw her back break down in half. You saw it. JP6 says, crime Bill Joe don't care about black people. Black people need to stick together. Yes. Yes. Yes, we do. How? How can black people stick together when we have so much discord in our own community? I'm not sure when, a month or so ago, there was Tyree Nichols' case where it was a black dude who gets beat and killed by 5 black police officers. There was not a black woman within 50 miles of the incident, and they ended up blaming this on black women, a single black woman. I thought it was a joke. I didn't know. I didn't know that this was the talk that's going on out there. I didn't know that there's podcasts out there in this manosphere talking poorly and encouraging people, black men, to be violent towards black women. So if we have this opposition towards one another, JP6, how can black people come together? Anonymous Lee says the family needs street justice or bounty hunters to drop them in Tijuana. See if they make it back. Huh. All right. I'm just reading these comments. Betty says Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did not even step up because they don't. Yeah. Yep. And two funny thing. Yesterday I saw this one. It was the same reporter guy who the one black guy was on the show talking about. It was blaming black single mothers for Kyrie Nichols young man losing his life. Right. So then, Tucker something. Anyway, it was his show, and he was talking about the transgenders and the protection. Anyway, it was a lot of stuff out there, a lot of eye-opening things that maybe a lot of us, especially us middle-aged people, don't necessarily know about because it's so unbelievable. It's so unbelievable the things that's happening nowadays that people are, and they get to go to whatever bathroom, and I'm, I'm I'm like, what is this really real? I feel like I'm waking up in this whole, altered reality. Like, is this real? Is this thing real? Yeah. Let's see. Deanna said, yes, RN. Yes. Janet Jenkins says, and the United States didn't even give a cause of her demise. How? Why? As a nurse, I know know what the hell I saw and the damage to Shanquella's body. Point blank, period. Yes. Let me go on to bless this chat real quick with these activates so we can, get started on these videos because, they may force me to put the video out there so we can see it again. We can see when the neck was broken because they tripping on this whole thing. This doesn't make any sense. And if we could see that was a fake autopsy and that the police do not have the power or the authority to declare a cause of death, why would we believe what the police report said? And the one attorney in Mexico even said that the police reports are custom made. They're custom made. The U.S. authorities will not pursue charges in the death of Shanquella Robinson. That's what the internet said today. And it wasn't just the internet, it was the mainstream news that everybody, is waiting to hear from. They just spewed that out of their mouths and was on to the next story. They lights out. They turn the lights off on this. Y'all done. All right. So April 12th, Acts of Faith, book by Yana Van Zett, copywritten back in 1993, daily meditations for people of color. However, we all believe that it's a daily meditation for people, right? Because these wicked spirits come in both genders and all shapes and colors. All right, so April 12th. Rather than face how bad I truly felt about me, I stuffed myself with stuff, puffed myself up with false sense of power and importance. And that's a quote from Patty Austin. And Iana says, many people of color believe they are lacking something. We have been programmed to feel that way. We are taught we lack good looks. We are led to believe we lack intelligence. We are educated in a system that denies our history, culture, and tradition. How are we expected to feel complete? We are not. We are, however, expected to look good on the outside. We do. We dress up to hide our inner feelings of inadequacy. We are led to believe that if we have a home, a car, a few jewels, and nice clothes, we have enough to matter. It doesn't work. In order for people of color to thrive rather than survive, to flourish rather than make it, to stand tall rather than just stand up, we must individually and collectively get rid of the stuff and get to the core. What does it really feel like to be a person of color? I am in touch with my feelings about who I am. All right, so that was our acts of faith, and we appreciate that. And with that, we're going to get on. How did I get so far? Ooh, y'all coming in here talking. Let me just get moved down a little bit here. Like I said, y'all see what the what this here title is. So we're gonna get with our first video. It's gonna be a quick one, and then we'll do the longer one. We'll do a short video. We'll read what the FBI is saying, and then we're gonna take the time to go through the court. All right. So let me share the screen here. And I had to, I did see this one here. There we go. All righty. Okay, so let's go over here, take off this mute.
More breaking news now at noon. Just stayed in the newsroom. Federal prosecutors will not bring charges.
Wow. Will not bring charges. Oops. Okay, there we go.
More breaking news now at noon. Just into the newsroom. Federal prosecutors will not bring charges in the death of Shanquella Robinson. That announcement coming just minutes after federal authorities met with Robinson's family at the Charlotte FBI headquarters. In a statement from the U.S. Attorney and the FBI, the Fed said there was not enough evidence to bring charges. Robinson died in October last year while on a trip to Mexico with friends. WBTV reporter Brandon Hamilton is at FBI headquarters. You just heard from him minutes ago. He will be at a news conference with Robinson's family set to start at 1:30 this afternoon. That news conference will stream live across platforms, WBTV's platforms, including our news app and the WBTV Facebook page.
Wow.
We're posting the latest right now. You may have just gotten alerted on your WBTV news app about this story and this breaking news that no charges will be filed. Again, you can continue to follow along the app and us here on air and online for those latest updates.
Wow.
More breaking.
That was it. It just repeated itself there. Wow. That was crushing. Crushing, right? That came from the American news, that not enough evidence. Not enough evidence with a viral video that we can match up the injuries on. Not enough evidence with, them coming back here talking. Not enough evidence with the videos of we got our first body. Not enough evidence. Not enough evidence. Deanna says, we are in the matrix for sure. I am feeling that. I feel like, I just woke up and I'm aware and I see it. It's like, is this real? Is this real? I just feel like, all these things, like I said, the Truman Show, all these things are, it's like they're listening to hear what we say. And then it's like, okay, Here, we present this. It's like they're trying to program us to go with something. All right. Lena is agreeing with you. Yes, but that's all we got now. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. What's up, LaJessica? Thank you for coming. How are y'all feeling about this? This is horrible. I feel so bad for the family. They said her neck was not broken. I know. I know. Like we didn't see, you know, we didn't see what happened. It's horrible. Don't forget to smash the like button. Thank you, LaJessica. I know I haven't even made that. I just come right on in here, just full of disbelief. Like I can't believe this is really that they're really saying this. Right? Can't prosecute on word salad. Yes, and that's why they did a lot of this whole word salad. So when they say, okay, well, we would try to prosecute, but all these stories. But all they have to do is stick to the facts. It's not that hard. You see the video, you matching up these injuries. They coming up here months later with this new autopsy that's not even a real autopsy performed by a physician. They're giving you information from people in law enforcement that have no medical background. From the very beginning, the police report was the information that said that they didn't suspect any foul play, that it was cardiac arrest, that it was alcohol poisoning. It was the police report saying that. The police report. Deanna says, and Mexico knew it, and so did the six. Yep. That's why they went to start their new lives. They knew. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It was a lot of evidence. I don't know, man. Deanna says, Winter said it right in that audio. It was alcohol poison. I don't know why they are saying broken neck or whatever. Yeah. Huh. Wow. That's what I'm saying. It's like they're, here. This is this is it. Like ignore the fact that you saw her get her neck wrung like a chicken and her back broken all up. Forget that you saw that. Don't believe your eyes. Hey, Tammy. Tammy says, I knew 2 months after this incident happened that the U.S. government was not going to pursue charges. I just saw a video of them praying in the name of Satan. What? Deanna says she used the word cover up, actually. Deanna said, so if we go off her live and the way she said she wasn't the one on the video fighting, I believe she did put hands on her now. Yeah, and then like I always go back to that old live that I did on the 26th when I said, oh, I saw that one light-skinned girl, hitting her. And then so many people were coming off into the chat admitting that they had saw the video with Winter continuing to hit her. I did not see her body slam her. I did see her to hit her. I saw her continue to hit her body after, the Dejanay person broke her up like that. Janet Jenkins says, Ben Crump hasn't met with the Biden administration yet. I thought they went back in March to do that. The same thing happened with the BG case, blood glucose with the BG case. And everyone attacked Biden, saying he wasn't doing anything. But when he stepped in, he got her home. Brittany Garner. All right. Yes. But why, right? Why did they do that for Britney, right? Britney's, I'm telling y'all, it's got something to do with something to do. So tired of this, having to step on your words here. All right, so let's see what our first story is going to read. Oh, wait, I think this is another video. No, it's a story. Uh-oh. I think this one's going to be actually showing the video. So let's do here. Let's go ahead and where's my shared screen? No, what do I want to do? All right, so let's do our second one here. Share. Oh, okay. So this one here is actually showing the video. Let's see, get some noise. All right.
Quilla, can you at least fight back?
Boom, right there, neck broken. Look at that angle there. Cannot make this move. Right? See how low the neck is broken off down there? Can't do that. It's really, covered up here, y'all. But go back and watch those old videos where you can actually see the distortion in the back.
At least fight back, something. Get up, bro. Get up.
Now, did y'all hear that? Whoever the female is conversating. I think that is who said no. When this person said, Quilla, can you at least fight back? I don't believe that's Quilla that said no. I think it's whoever this female person is. Did y'all hear that he said something? Okay, let's see. I'm going to do it again. He said something. They two talking. Get up, bro. Get up. See, they even beeped it out. They beeped it out. Did y'all hear that beep? Beep. They beeped it out. This video, has been altered more, right? They got more of the cover up here. And the vocals of the two, they beeped it out. He said something and she said, all right. Did anybody hear that? Ooh, I'm so far. I'm way up there. Ooh, I'm going to have to, ooh, my goodness. Let's see here. Scott said, wasn't her. I agree with you on that. All right, so I'm going to have to, I can't go skip out. Let me kind of go in, I guess, the middle here. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm behind on these here. Dreaming of Vegas said, this is beyond sad. If the government didn't want to deal with the case, they should have just said so from the start. The family could have moved forward in other directions instead of wasting time. But what other directions, right? What other directions could they have moved in? They knew they weren't going to do nothing. This is sad here. And they just did this whole point the fingers at everybody. But let me see. Let me get back over here. Hopefully y'all could hear this. Hold your ears and just really focus and concentrate here. I'm glad they do have it blurred out here so we can try to dissect these vocals.
Quilla, can you at least fight back?
All right, that is not Quilla. I think that's the other person that's holding that phone.
At least something.
Why is she not fighting back? Y'all heard that? And then somebody else said at least something.
At least fight back, something. Get up, bro. Get up.
And somebody said, okay, let me stop. That's enough. All right, that's it, y'all. I apologize. Yeah, that's something to go over a few times, but they're having conversation while this is taking place. I don't think that was Quilla that said no. I don't think they were intending for her to fight back. I'm gonna have to roll back up here because I love my comments from my people here. Let's see here. Okay, I think I got most of that. Maybe I was down here. No, I did that too already. The Jessica said, you definitely called it. I had my doubts about it too, just due to the simple fact that it was done without the family permission. Oh, I missed this one here. I think I read this one. Ben Crump hasn't met with the... Okay, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think this here had some, secret stuff too that they wanted to keep under the carpet and not known. That's why this here was handled so swiftly. JP6 says, no, it is bad men that get away. Yeah. Oh, I missed this here. Deanna says, so if we go off her live and the way she said she wasn't the one on the video fighting, I believe she did. Okay, I did read that too. Yeah. Yes, y'all. It's been a complete circus here, like a movie for real. Deanna said, the dad gave us a better description than the autopsy did. Like I said, in the beginning, we can just go back through to one of the first lives that, was done here. When, everybody was agreeing on the fact that the death certificate stated, the cause of death. And now all of a sudden, that same news reported back in November that she had a broken neck. So how can y'all say 5 months later that she did not have a broken neck? Right? Y'all had already said, here's 2 and here's another 2, right? So we got the problem that was 2 plus 2. We did the math, it equals 4. So you can't come back 5 months later and say, that's 1 plus 2. Or that's 2 plus 8. Where did the rest of it come from when we only had 2 and 2? And we agreed on the 2 and 2. Everybody was in agreement that she had a broken neck, a broken spina. That's what her mama said. Tamika said, this is very sad. Yes, it is. So did we not get tox report? Did that even happen? It's a good question. I want to say that they did report that back in December, and it was no alcohol found. That's what was said. Let's see. Quickly. Deanna said, it feels like everyone knew but us. Yeah, because people would come to the in these comment over here and say, this case is going to go cold. There's not going to be, with certainty that there wasn't going to be any justice here, that we should just move on. And then here we are with no justice. JP6 says, all I have to say is that they don't really care about us. That's true. They don't really care about us. They don't. They really don't. They really don't. All right, so let's go ahead and read this here story. We saw the video, so let's read the story. All right, so it says, FBI, no federal charges will be filed in Shanquella Robinson's death following investigation. This was 6 hours ago. Right? It says the FBI announced this week that it has investigated the death of Shanquella Robinson and concluded it will not file charges related to the case. Based on the results of the autopsy and after a careful deliberation and review, what autopsy? Based on report, because now we're about to get on the FBI. Based on the results of the autopsy, what autopsy report are you all basing your results on? Based on the results of the autopsy and after careful deliberation and review of the investigative material by both U.S. attorneys' offices, federal prosecutors informed Ms. Robinson's family today that the available evidence does not support a federal prosecution, the FBI said in a statement Wednesday. Wow. The death of Ms. Robinson has been incredibly difficult for her family and the community. As a matter of policy, federal officials generally do not issue public statements concerning the status of an investigation. However, given the circumstances of Ms. Robinson's death and the public concern surrounding this investigation, it is important to reassure the public that experienced federal agents and seasoned prosecutors extensively reviewed the available evidence and have concluded that federal charges cannot be pursued. Wow. Robinson, a 26-year-old hairdresser, 26-year-old hairdresser from Charlotte, North Carolina, was found dead at the Ponderosa Beach Club in San Jose, Cabo, October 29th. So what happened to the Casa Villa Linda? Where is this Ponderosa Beach Club? Where'd this name come from? After flying to the resort with 6 travel companions the day before, Robinson's group of friends initially told her family that she had been sick from alcohol poisoning before dying. Wow. Later, a video surfaced on social media of Robinson being beaten by another woman as onlookers watched. That led Mexican authorities to issue an arrest warrant for an American woman named Dejanay Jackson. Wow. Okay, so now they about to tell the whole story here, y'all. All right, so they OMG, man. So now they got the FBI lying. Okay. All right. Let's see here. It says that led Mexican authorities to issue an arrest warrant for an American woman named Dejanay Jackson. All right, so let's just take a little stop here, right? It says, first it said that, the friends had said she had been sick from alcohol poisoning before dying, right? Then it says later, a video surfaced on social media of Robinson being beaten. Now, I'm not sure the exact date, but I'm pretty close to knowing that it was around November the 19th or so when the video initially surfaced, right? So November the 19th, November, 20, somewhere up in there, that video came out, right? So if this is true, that after seeing the video surface on social media, which would have been in November, that led Mexican authorities to issue an arrest warrant. Okay, so if this here is putting some suspicion on Mexico, because according to their autopsy that was done on October 30th, it said the death was violent, right? So how did they have to wait until weeks later in November when the video surfaced that led them to issue this arrest warrant? So what did they do with all of the information that they had obtained October 30th when they did their autopsy, right? So come on, FBI. Y'all should have, come on. Come on, y'all. Why would y'all say that? Why would you say there's no evidence when y'all can't see that this here's baloney story? If they did an autopsy on October 30th, but they didn't ask for the arrest warrants until November, come on, right? Y'all, are you following me? Y'all with me out there? Y'all must be asleep. All right, let me just find the video. Y'all going to sleep on me over there. All right, let's see here. It says here, and they named the name too. A woman named Dejanay Jackson filed an extradition request and declared Robinson's death a homicide. All right, it says, okay. Mexican authorities determined that Robinson's death was the result of severe spinal cord injury and atlas luxation, along with instability of the first two neck vertebrae, right? So how could, we haven't seen where the FBI said that her neck wasn't broken. It's just probably, I guess, rumors. But right here, they're clearly saying that Mexico authorities determined that Robinson's death was a result of severe spinal cord injury, right? A rally held for Shanquella Robinson. Father describes moment he saw her body. All I want is justice. All right, so down here it says the FBI directed extradition questions to the Department of Justice, which did not immediately respond to the request. Wow, let me do that again. The FBI directed extradition questions to the Department of Justice, which did not immediately respond to the request for comment from Fox News Digital on whether the U.S. government is cooperating with Mexico on the extradition process. Robinson's family has repeatedly pleaded with the Biden administration to take action and help with the extradition process. We don't want to leave room for the administration to say they didn't know how to help, attorney Sue Ann Robinson, who is not related to Shanquella Robinson, said last month. The president or the Secretary of State must step in and ask for extradition of the suspect or suspects or concurrent jurisdiction and file charges in the United States, the attorney added. We're disappointed, but we're not deterred. Okay, so I think this is going to be in the video. All right, so I'm surprised. I'm super surprised. I think that's it. Let me just go ahead and finish this. This is the last of it. We're disappointed but not deterred, Attorney Robinson said in a press conference Wednesday adding that she believes the situation is a reminder that Black and brown victims of crimes have to work harder to have their voices heard in the United States. Black and brown people have to carve our own path to justice, Attorney Robinson said. Her attack was captured on video, and now we are being told there won't be an arrest. It reminds me of George Floyd, when we were told we weren't seeing what we were seeing. Wow. Attorney Robinson also said the FBI declared the cause of death to be undetermined and also did not agree with the Mexican autopsy conclusion. See that? There we go. Right? There, the word right there. Conclusion, not cause of death. Right? I'll pull the document up. Y'all can see where on that little autopsy it says conclusion. It never states the cause of death. So, of course, all right. So, Attorney Robinson also said the FBI declared the cause of death to be undetermined. And again, the FBI cannot declare cause of death. They're not medical professionals here. So, are they doing the same thing that Mexico is doing? Wow. Wow. Ooh, okay. This is deep, y'all. This is super deep. Attorney Robinson also said the FBI declared, all right, that's a clue right there. The FBI declared the cause of death to be undetermined and also did not agree with the Mexican autopsy conclusion that Shanquella Robinson died from a spinal injury. So now they're trying to say that Mexico said that it was a spinal cord injury and that the FBI is saying it's undetermined. Can y'all believe this? This is hysterical. Robinson suggested that a delay in the autopsy could have caused the discrepancy and that the autopsy in the United States took place after Shanquella Robinson was embalmed. This is some baloney, y'all. What does that have to do with the fracture she received if she was embalmed or not? Nothing. They lying to us, y'all. If this had been taken seriously from the beginning, there would not have been a delay of justice, Attorney Robinson said. Robinson accused the FBI of ping-ponging responsibility with the Mexican government and said it is absolutely absurd that the agency is telling the family there is nothing more it can do. It's going to take more than the FBI field office in Charlotte, Robinson said, while retracting her call for a high-level, her call for high-level diplomatic intervention. The U.S. State Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment from Digital Fox News. Okay. Wow. Man, they cold. They cold blood. They say, hey, the cause of death is undetermined, right? They ain't no better than the police, the Mexican police declaring the cause of death, right? or their little bogus autopsy. These people, they crazy. They stay rough, man. They doing us rough here. And they've been stalling. That's why they've been going on. Yeah, they stalling. They doing all kind of stuff here. All right, new name here. Major Motivation says best medical explanation happened right here on this channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. But hey, they don't care. They say that's baloney, right? It's just a baloney sandwich. All right, so we got some ingredients up in here. I'm going to slide down. Looking for some more new names and stuff too. Deanna says, this why Nazir said bigger than we think. Yeah, Mexico took over and did the cover up. Yeah, and then the FBI just moved, was just like, yeah, there's nothing here. There's nothing to see here. Keep it moving. Dreaming of Vegas says, hello to all, and I agree with RN. Shanquella's case, being that she was an American citizen, should have gotten the same attention, energy as the Idaho 4 case received, regardless if in U.S. or Mexico. I agree with you. There's no words or no reason why, nothing's been done on this. Tammy says, I know that's a deep conversation. People don't want to talk like that, but we have to know what's around us, what's going on in this world. You have to look at what day it was. Yeah, right? Some kind of a ritual. Everett Meadows, hey, what's going on? Said, first time hearing this. Incredible. Yes, at JP6. Wow. Tammy says, it was the dead. The man made a video of her sleeping in the hammock. Said we got our first body. So now the government is not doing anything about it. You have to ask yourself why. Yeah. Why? It's just Chris says, this is so sickening. I'm disgusted. Rest in peace, Shanquella Robinson. Yes, I agree with you. Kish. Tammy, premeditated. Yep. Hey, what's up, Anisha? Says, trust no one. It's a reason. I don't see if you had more on there. All right. Tammy says, tell y'all something. I saw a video the other day of a government council meeting where they prayed in the name of Satan right here in the United States. I saw another government. What? This is crazy. Tammy says, where they prayed in the name of Brahma, a demon god, and this is what the American government is doing. And so who do we think is going to stand up for us? I'll wait. Yeah. I don't know, y'all. This is too much. Too much. It's too much. All right, so let's see what the the court, the day what they said in court. See what they sat there and told this mother. Where is it at? Yeah, this is it here. All right, so this one is a little bit longer, but this here is going to be Shanquella Robinson's family attorney gives update. Okay, this was the press conference they were saying that was supposed to be held today at 1:00. All right, so let's see. Wrong thing. Let's see what took place. That it? Yeah. All right, so here we go. This is CBS News. AP6 says, I'm sorry, Tamika says, if you are speaking facts, and you have to punish people. Yes, I agree 100%, especially now seeing how slick they think they are. I agree. AP6 says, vote all of them out. Sometimes you have to turn your back on people. That is true. Tammy says, I'm wondering if the person in the video is the same person we think it is. Dejanay is there, someone else. Yeah, especially nowadays, fool me once, twice, and just I I remember this guy.
All right, everyone ready? Great afternoon. We want to take this opportunity to welcome all of the Charlotte local news media this afternoon to Little Rock AM Zion Church. Thank you for thanking it not robbery to come and join this family and attorney Sue Ann Robinson. And on behalf of Pastor Walker, the family, we say thank you to Pastor Walker and the Little Rock AME Zion Church for opening up your doors and allowing this to take place this afternoon. I am Mario Black, founder of Million Youth March of Charlotte and Salisbury. And we're going to go ahead and get started with this afternoon. I'm going to bring up attorney Sue Ann Robinson.
Okay, everybody, thank you again. Thank you, Mario. Thank you for having us, Pastor. We really, truly appreciate it.
That's kind of low.
Here today, obviously, everyone knows that the FBI
That's the loudest it'll go.
Statement indicating that they don't plan on filing any charges after investigating
That's low.
the Shanquella's case. So we're here today. We're disappointed, but we're not deterred. It's not something that's necessarily unexpected in the sense that
she's talking pretty fast to be disappointed, right?
Black and brown people always have to carve their own path to justice. Today, just sitting in the meeting with the family, listening to what we were being advised and listening to what the so-called investigation was revealing, I thought back to Miss Wanda, Ahmad's mother, who had to take her case to the state attorney's office and had to beg for charges to be pressed in the death of her son. And I remembered Sandra Bland's mother, who had to do the same thing when they told us all that an investigation revealed that her cause of death was suicide. And I think most about in Shanquella's case, because her attack was captured on video, and now we're being told that there isn't going to be an arrest, or there aren't going to be any charges brought. It reminds me of George Floyd and how we were told that while we were watching with our own eyes, Derek Chauvin putting his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds,
Yeah.
we were being told that he was having a heart attack and that he was
having
a drug overdose. So while we're here disappointed, we're not deterred.
Okay.
We're going to continue to press on. We're going to continue to demand that there's a high level of diplomatic intervention in this case, that if the U.S. authorities are now again telling us, oh, well, it's back on Mexico because Mexican authorities have to do something, we don't have a problem with that. We know that we have to carve our own path to justice, and we've been doing that from the very beginning. Mrs. Robinson has demonstrated tremendous strength, and I talk about it all the time.
Yep.
As well as Paula, her sister, having to bury a child, grieve for a child, get through all of that stuff, and then fight for justice for your child at the same time. And then being advised today, well, despite there being a video showing a vicious and brutal attack of your child while she's naked and obviously not fighting back, that there's nothing that can be done in terms of charges being filed by the FBI, that you have to seek your redress and your justice somewhere else. And that's fine.
But where?
Again, is obviously disappointed, as is all the family at the meeting today. But we're not deterred. We're still going to be marching. We're still going to rally in DC on May 19th, because it shouldn't be that in this country that
She said there's a rally on May 19th in Washington, D.C.
Black women, Black and brown victims of
Sorry about
crime
this
have to
volume, y'all,
witness
but this
and
is the
become victims.
loudest.
They are
I
victims
got my
of crimes,
speakers turned
but
up.
it is unfortunately what it is.
She's
And
low.
again, any discrepancies or any issues with respect to Mexican autopsy versus the autopsy conducted by the FBI, all of
And the FBI didn't release their autopsy. FBI ain't released nothing. We ain't seen nothing from them. How they all, we supposed to take their statement of something being inconclusive when we saw her neck broke off her body.
those things are going to be a result of a delay. And now we're witnessing the result of a delay, which is why there was always a concern, which is why I always say this is the people's case. This is the people's movement that said, hey, there's no reason why a Black woman should go on vacation with her friends, be returned to her family in a box, and nothing be done for 5 months.
Yeah.
That the FBI be permitted to sit on their hands, that they be permitted to say, we're working, because justice delayed can be justice denied. We all know.
This to me still sounds like they're trying to make the excuse, right? They're giving a story for why this has happened. Well, if they hadn't did hadn't embalmed the body, then we could have did this. Well, just like I was saying, justice delayed is justice denied. This is more steering, more manipulation, so we could accept it.
That and have seen it time and time again. And so that's why I say, on behalf of the family, again, we're very disappointed, very deeply disappointed. But we're not deterred, because it's something that we've seen before, and we know that we have to carve our own path to justice. Ms. Robinson knew that when she asked me to go on a fact-finding mission to Mexico, that we were obviously in a state of affairs where there's two different justice systems in America. And we know that in ours, we have to fight for our justice. We have to rally for our justice. We have to beg for the same constitutional rights. And Shanquella is doing that even in death.
Yeah.
Even in death, she's having to fight for her rights as a U.S. citizen, as a victim of a crime. The U.S. authorities have to understand and have to know that even if for them it's not about Shanquella, that United States citizens cannot go to Mexico, commit a crime that we all saw on a video, and then come back to America and say, we're on base, we're safe.
Yeah.
Be charged with a
Good
crime.
one.
That cannot be the message that the U.S. authorities want to send.
Thank you.
Again, discrepancies caused, or discrepancies in the autopsy results between Mexican authorities that we've all been discussing, unfortunately, and not being discussed by the right individuals, have all been caused by delays. If it had been taken serious from the very beginning, if the internet and the people and social media didn't have to create the movement behind the case, and the authorities would have gotten involved the minute the video surfaced, there wouldn't have been a delay. There would have been immediate statements taken from the individuals involved. There would have been time to...
Yeah, but that was when they was in Mexico. Mexico didn't get immediate statements or do none of that stuff. When Sue Ellen put out her information that she obtained from her fact-finding mission in Mexico, the interviews were from the two people that worked at the villa. They said nothing about questioning Dejanay, none of the Cabo Six. They didn't take a statement from them. Yet they rushed the body off to get an autopsy within hours of it being pronounced dead. Before they had contacted the family, they were performing an autopsy. FBI didn't even know about it at this time. So they're trying to do this whole blame shifting thing, but not realizing that we have the dates. The reports that you put in your statement or your part of your what you sent to the president was 2 witness statements that worked at the villa. And if on October the 30th, Mexico's autopsy report said it was a violent death, why didn't they question anybody?
To take an immediate autopsy of the body before it was embalmed. All of those things would have been done, but because it was the death of a young, Black, beautiful, brilliant, educated woman who was on vacation, justice was delayed. There was no investigation done. It was not taken seriously until the people had to say, hey, we're not going to accept that this is just what it is. This can't be just what it is. We see with our own eyes an attack, an assault, a crime happening, and nothing's being done. That came from you all. That came from the people saying, we demand answers. And today we actually ended up with way more questions than answers. And so that's why I'm determined.
What's up, Jess Talk?
Fully aware, and the team, Ben Crump, Tamika Mallory, Until Freedom, Mario Black, all of us, we stand with this family, and we're going to stand with this family till the very end. And we're going to be in Washington, and we're going to rally because we understand, unfortunately, what the job is, what the work is, and that we have to carve our own path to justice in these cases. And we've seen it time and time again. And I've said it in other press conferences. I would like to be put out of this line of business. I don't want to be here on behalf of another beautiful Black family begging for dignity and respect and basic constitutional rights. I don't want to be doing those things, but that is what it is right now. We have 2 separate justice systems where one is, if you're a victim of a crime and you look a certain way, it's going to be covered by the media. It's going to be resolved in a certain way. And then we have our cases where we have to have press conferences and rallies, and we have to beg the government to intervene. And that's not okay. And that's why it's the most important work of our time. And so we're disappointed. We're not deterred. We're pressing on. We absolutely will keep you guys updated on everything that we're doing, but we're definitely pushing toward the 200th day to be in DC. We hope that everyone can join us, because the message cannot be that U.S. citizens can go overseas and commit crimes against other U.S. citizens and come back and say that they're on base.
Thank you.
That they're not going to be arrested.
Yeah.
There's going to be such a delay in the investigation that.
But ain't that what I told y'all? That this little scam, this little ring has been going on. That's why they did it and came back with the confidence of knowing that this is how it was going to get down. It was just an embarrassment that the video got out there, and it made them feel a little bit like, but they still was walking around confident. Can't touch this. Because people have been taking people over to Mexico and unaliving them and leaving their trash over there and coming back to base. That's exactly what they've been doing. This ain't the first time. Dreaming of Vegas says, this is beyond sad. If the government didn't want to deal with this case, they should have just said so from the start. The family could have moved forward in another direction instead of wasting time. I feel like I read that. And Deanna said, he was feeding us what they told him to feed us. Talk about the 911 call. And we know Quilla already gone an hour before at least. Yes, I totally agree with you on that. Like I said, they were trying to, set the stage here and plant these seeds. And I feel like even all these these stories they come back with is after they watch the videos from the YouTubers, and then they say, okay, well then they said this, so we need to say that this happened. Okay, well this here answers this, right? It's like they're trying to respond to all of the questions that have come up around this case, but not realizing that they're just, making themselves look ridiculous because of, the truth that's out there. JP6 says the puff of smoke on the grassy knoll. Joe Biden ain't nothing. All right, Deanna says, here, show them this picture. Janet Jenkins says, yes, JP6, exhume her body and get a private autopsy. Yeah, they just trying to give us some drama here. It is Kish says, I'm actually a travel agent. What gets me the most is that the people are traveling to Cabo like crazy right now. Shaking my head. Then Cabo have the nerve to put security in places where the crowds hang. What? Thank you for sharing that. It's just Kish. Miriam Figueroa says they didn't investigate. The government just want to go away. It be black, brown, Hispanic, Latina. It would have been resolved. There was less evidence with the Ohio case, and it was solved. Exactly. Yeah, they just telling us stuff, y'all. All stuff that didn't help with anything. Say there's another video. Yeah. I don't know what our next plan is, y'all. I don't know what we do. Tamika says, yes, JP6, exhume her body, her remains, and do a very extensive research to all the damage to her body. Her damn spine was torn up like spikes coming through her skin. Yes, I remember when, when I was showing that one video and I was trying to get y'all to see all the vertebrae that was all mangled up, and you saw it. Yeah, it's there, the damage and stuff. So I'm just, I was not expecting the FBI to come out with these bag of lies. Jen Jinx says black people do need to stick together if they stop fighting one another. Yes, exactly. That's how we haven't moved any. We haven't grown any because of all of the division. Yep. Yeah. Well, first we need to put our oxygen masks on first, individually, and then we can help our community. And yep. Fighting one another. That's so sad but true. Hey, Scott Smith says, salute to everyone. What's going on, Scott? Nice to see you here. It says, we are at war. Yes, we are. Yeah, we are. Says, Deanna says, I think it's beyond that at this point. It's fine, like-minded people, and watch out for each other. People are different now. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like I said, sometimes we can get even distracted in that by thinking it's got to, find, yes, like-minded people, because, there's, you can't just say, I agree with you on that, like-minded people. I agree with you. So right, Janet. Yes. JPC says, damn talking. I just want justice for her and all affected parties. There is no gender bigotry when it comes to justice. I agree. Am I kind of close? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So y'all still here then? Y'all is still here. All right. So let's go on and see what more, how she's calming down the crowd here. What is being said here to keep us sedated. They're trying to rock us to sleep with these stories.
The evidence will have time to dissipate, and they'll have time to change their stories or work on the evidence. That can't be the message, because this is the land of the free and the home of the brave, and we have U.S. constitutional rights and there's victims' rights.
All right.
And we're going to fight for that. We're going to fight for that, whether the victim of the crime is Shanquella or whether it's any Black woman. We're going to fight for that because it's deserved. It's our right as U.S. citizens. So I'll have, do you want to speak? Okay. So I can take questions. Sure.
Right. So it's kind of low, but the question was, is there any evidence that she can share to, explain the reason why the government is saying, it's not enough evidence?
I said there was a delay, meaning that the video was released on November 16th.
Okay.
So we were advised today that the U.S. authorities didn't begin an investigation until after their own autopsy had been conducted, which would have been well after the video came out. And really the bigger issue.
Of course it would have been after the video came out, because nobody looked at it as anything different until the video came out. What are you talking about?
Is that without the video, before the video even came out, if you all remember, there was a statement released saying no foul play. Before any evidence was even entered, there was a statement made saying, oh, there's no foul play. That statement was never retracted, but because...
Who made that statement? Wasn't that Mexico that made that statement? Mexico made that statement that there was no foul play. So why are you now trying to maneuver us down the path that this was the FBI saying no foul play? Mexico said that there was no foul play.
The case was never taken seriously from the beginning. That caused the delay. That caused Mexico to have to do their own autopsy. Then
wait a minute. Whose side is she on? Whose side is she on?
The FBI to have to wait for the Robinson family to have the body transported. All of these things should have been done by U.S. federal authorities if they took the case seriously from the beginning. But it wasn't taken seriously from the beginning.
Because before the video got out there, why would the family be calling on the FBI? They had only to go on that they told them that it was alcohol poison. So why is she painting a picture that the U.S. didn't get an autopsy before the body was returned from Mexico? The dad said he didn't find out about the video until he was at the funeral home. So how is the FBI to hold up on that, Miss Sue Ann? I don't get it.
The people had to move the case. We had to demand that the case be taken seriously. And those delays are going to cause discrepancies in an investigation.
The FBI got on the case on the 17th of November.
We all watched First 48. Know that time when you're investigating a murder or homicide or any crime, that you have to investigate swiftly. We saw it with the kidnapping case in Mexico. Immediately, the FBI said $50,000 reward. We're moving in. We're coordinating with the Mexican authorities. There was no swift action on this case.
Robin says, what the world need now is love, more love towards human mankind. I'm rocking like this because what the world needs now is love, sweet love. Not just for, anyway, when I was it reminded me of that. All right. What the world needs now is love, more love towards human mankind. Stop the violence towards each other because what you do to others is already done unto you. God will repay you for sure. Yes. I'm just like, I wasn't expecting to hear this from Miss Sue Ann. As Scott says, they definitely are a disgrace. Yes. And Deanna says, Robin, facts. But the only way to get that back is to take out Wi-Fi, have family dinner, and play in the streets. Yes, like I was saying, we Gen Xers, we are from that school. We from the school where we had to go outside and play. You wasn't allowed to just sit up in the house. You had to go outside and come back before the street lights came on. But you had to be outside. You couldn't just sit up in the house. All this sitting up in the house. So you had to go outside and find something to do. Take your butt outside. That's what we heard. Gen X people, these newer generations, no, right? Y'all so soft. Why so soft? Okay. All right, so yeah, take that Wi-Fi. Yeah, they be ready to fight you on that one. JP6 says, I believe in God. He ain't the problem. Some of these evil folks are the problem. Yes. Yeah. And see, Scott Smith says, I don't watch Basketball Wives anymore. I've never watched it, so I don't know what the joke is here, or if it is a joke, or if we're supposed to learn something about these basketball wives. I'm not sure what we're supposed to get out of that, y'all. Basketball wives now. Mexico and the United States failed Shanquella Robinson. Yes, Janet, I agree with you. So Mexico is the one who failed, right? Because they had their little for $5.99, you can unalive the people you want and get you an alibi. Tamika Booker says, this is a new reality. The damn Earth School 2.0, some BS. Yeah. It's super sad. I feel sorry for, people with, school-age children and stuff because, unbelievable. JP6 says this is a big passing the buck parade. Exactly.
There was absolutely no urgency on the part of the U.S. authorities. So
what did happen to her when she went out to Mexico? She is straight on the U.S., right? She on Mexico side. Is you Mexican? Whose side is you on? Huh? You on the Mexico side?
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I guess what's your preference? What age is preference? That they always go as far as like the Mexican autopsy.
Oh, okay, sure. So yeah, absolutely, because it's going to be revealed. It's going to be the feds are going to release their results of their autopsy, which was done after the body was embalmed and then transported, and they're advising that they're
all right. So after the body was embalmed and transported, right? They did this autopsy.
there isn't a spinal cord injury that the Mexican autopsy says there's a spinal cord injury, but according to them, there is no spinal cord injury. They're also advising that there's swelling on Shanquella's brain, but that her cause of death is undetermined. So to me, if you are in an investigation, how are you closing an investigation on a case where the cause of death is undetermined, but we all have seen a video showing a brutal attack? That doesn't, it's not giving undetermined. It's giving there's a video, and now you're telling us something else, not to believe our own eyes, which is why I invoked George Floyd's case, which is why I said, that was a case where we were being told, don't believe your own eyes. Don't believe that Derek Chauvin has his knee on his neck for 8 minutes. Believe that it's really a heart palpitation or he's having some sort of drug overdose. We see the video. We see what happened. We see that she's being beaten, but we're being told that, oh, the cause of death is undetermined. And that can happen if the autopsies are delayed. That can happen.
The autopsy was not delayed. When they came back, the parents was on Nancy Grace. The cause of death has already been reported. So why are they trying to go back and make it appear like we've been waiting for this cause of death to be released? What the hell is going on here?
There is an arrest warrant out of Mexico. How does the FBI statement today impact that arrest warrant? And did they give you any indication that they will extradite the people who were on that trip?
Right. They've indicated that basically what they're doing is what I've talked about from the beginning, which is ping-ponging. The FBI today said, well, we're not going to press charges, but Mexico could do something if they want to do. And if Mexico wants to do something, then it's no problem. We'll be fully cooperative with anything that Mexico wants to do. So again, as you all know, I went to Mexico and Mexico said, we've sent everything over to Interpol. We've sent everything to FBI. We've sent all of our documents. We're just awaiting word from U.S. authorities on what needs to be done next. So there's a Department of International Affairs, the Department of State, obviously, who we've contacted and sent a letter to, and they know what needs to be done. And that's what's so frustrating about the case, because it's not something that's without precedent or without a protocol. And so for the United States government and for the FBI today to sit and tell myself, Mrs. Robinson, pull up, and Mr. Robinson, that there's nothing to be done on their end, they're closing their investigation, and I guess Mexico could do something if they want to, is absolutely absurd. Not just for Shanquella's case, though.
Yeah.
It's not absurd just for her case. It's absurd for any person who would be a victim of a crime overseas.
Yes.
By U.S. citizens.
Thank you.
How can you just say, okay, well, as long as we make it back home, we're not going to get in trouble? That makes no sense.
But that is the reality. Deanna says the police report that said cardiac arrest, or the one that the spinal lux. It's a joke even then. They didn't do the autopsy on their biggest holiday weekend. Thank you. That's made up after the video. I agree. If they did the autopsy on Sunday, a holiday weekend at that. And then again, they are saying that the legal departments are conducting autopsies. No one said a medical examiner report, except for the original death certificate from the medical examiner. The rest of this stuff is all fairy tale. Police don't give no cause of death. Attorneys don't know nothing about no autopsies.
Yes. 1 second.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's exactly what we've been asking for from the beginning, which is a high level of diplomatic intervention. It's going to take more than the local FBI field office in Charlotte, with all due respect to all the work.
Okay, so that gives me hope to know that it's just a little local Charlotte FBI. And they could be biased because, there was some talk back in, I want to say December, that, I think it was Elise's family that was, hooked up, knowing the governor or something like that, maybe they have something that they want to keep hush, or, protecting certain people. And that's why, this, they're not trying to do something. So Scott Smith says, bottom line, we as Black people don't value human life or ourselves. Scott Smith is telling the truth. Yep. These are facts. It's hard to hear, but we need to wake up and realize that. Yes, love the acts of faith. Thank you so much. Oh, I must be way off then. We're talking about acts of faith. Janet Jenkins says, this was an assault to all medical professionals, yes, that saw the video and knew what happened. Nurses and doctors have to assess a patient first, but our government is saying F your medical assessment. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Where are the doctors, to stand up for this stuff? And they're just letting these legal people lead the narrative about what happened. Legal people aren't conducting autopsy reports. Thank you. They are lying to us. They are lying. Praying for the Robinson family. Thank you, Scott. Hey, Karen. Karen says, you feel like you got punched in the belly. Yes. That's exactly the words I was looking for. Sweet Capricorn said, Scott Smith, that's in all races. Yeah, that's true. But it is very prevalent in our race, though, unfortunately. Tamika says, what they are going to do is to cause the diary of a mad Black woman. Yeah. Yeah, we about to be woman king up in here. Start cutting some throats. Start doing the thing here. And yeah, I hope y'all still hitting the like button and stuff like that. I don't know if it makes a difference or not. I'm pretty sure this here has been what they call shadow ban. Like they don't want this. Shh. Oh, shut up about this. There's nothing we could do. There's not enough evidence. We didn't see no broken neck. This is, it's inconclusive. It's undetermined. Cannot determine what caused this here cause of death. Janet Jenkins says, the U.S. saw the attack. People watching the video, tapping in, disturbed the crime scene, lied to Mexican officials, and escaped the country, not to mention stealing her money. BS, yes. Karen says, you cannot believe your eyes. Your lying eyes. Sandra says, they need to bring her body back up and do another autopsy. Do an autopsy. Yeah. You see, LT Jones, hey, how you doing? Says, now they are trying to say she didn't have atlas luxation. We saw it. Yeah. But did you really see it? Like they're trying to play with us, y'all. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to play us for fools. We saw it. We didn't broke it all down. Everybody saw it. And now they're trying to say no. Oh yeah. Scott Smith says, yes, that is true. But with us, it's continued genocide. Our own, those people were jealous of Shanquella. I agree. Yes. A winter troll in the chat. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Anonymous Lee says, Elise Hyatt knew something when she texted, till there's an arrest warrant, leave me the hell alone. Her words. Wow. That's what I'm saying. Like they knew that they, went over there with their golden ticket to be able to do what they had to do and come back. It was staged, set up. And that's why I say they didn't dress the body. For what? They already had bought their get out of jail free ticket. They didn't have to do that. Fooling around here with, And then when we kept coming back with the truth to show how ridiculous their statements was, they finally just said, well, hey, you know what? We ain't doing nothing. Now what? Now what? This is sad case. Yes, this is a sad case. You see, Janet says everyone at the villa lied, and now our own government is lying. Yes, they're lying to us. Thank you for saying that. That is true. They are lying. And they got her out here.
That they do. It's going to take more than that because there has to be a high level of diplomatic intervention. Heads of state have to talk to heads of state and say, listen, this is what it is. This is what happened. It's on video. We can't have U.S. citizens do this. Cannot occur. How are we going to resolve this? There needs to be a result in an amendment to the treaty or whatever has to be done. But it cannot be that you can commit a crime and come back and say you're on base. That can't be the result.
But that is the result. That's what's been going on. Hey, what's going on? Mo Morgan said, this is not the end of this. We will get justice for Shanquella. Prayer warriors, double time. All right, thanks for that motivation.
So between then and now, we're absolutely preparing for the rally on the 200th day on May 19th. And then we definitely are going to still be, beating down doors and asking for our meetings in terms of, the head of the International Affairs Committee and their chair and all of the things that we've been doing. We're still going to continue that. And that's why I say, on behalf of the family, we are deeply disappointed, but we're not deterred. Yes. Right. And I think the issue right now, and what I'm kind of alluding to, is that if an extradition request was needed, if that was the one piece that we were all here waiting for, why wouldn't there be a high level of diplomatic intervention to say, hey, there's criminals among us. They're walking around and they hurt someone.
Yes.
Can you get this? There needs to be communication. And the reason why there's no communication is because the case hasn't been taken seriously. Absolutely. Like I said, I was advised by the Attorney General in Baja Sur directly, we have sent everything. They have everything. And remember, for the FBI to conduct their investigation, they've advised us, we're in communication with Mexico. That's how we did our investigation to say we're not pressing charges. So if they're in communication with Mexico, why isn't part of the communication, hey guys,
because they're in cahoots with Mexico. Right? Because they're covering for each other.
Forgot to drop off the extradition paperwork. The State Department has not advised. What I'm saying is, and what I've said since I went to Mexico, which is they have advised all the documents they need to submit have been submitted. So now we're being advised, well, we're not going to press charges in the United States. Maybe Mexico's going to do something. So the point is, if you're having ongoing communication because you're involved in an investigation and you really give a damn,
hey,
then that's a very simple communication. Hey guys, we're not going to be able to press charges, but you guys go ahead and prepare your extradition paperwork so we can get it sorted out, since there's criminals over here just running around free and it's hurting an American family. That's a very simple communication.
Prior to the update that went out, what was the last?
Yeah.
The U.S. Attorney's Office in Mexico?
In the U.S.
We were not communicating with the U.S. Attorney's Office in the United States. we were communicating with the FBI and the State Department.
And what was the most recent update you got on the case prior to the one that was released?
Oh, we were all getting the same update, which is we were investigating. Yeah, for the last 5 months.
Hey, Cynthia. Cynthia Thomas says, this is terrible. Does this mean Mexico is not going to file charges either? Well, according to Mexico, they trying to file charges, right? They all are lying, because if Mexico was going to file charges, they would have filed it in the beginning. Mexico is telling us these big stories, and so now even it's the U.S., right? Because Mexico told us March 13th, when they, gave this bologna sandwich to Sue Ellen, that they conducted an autopsy on October 30th, only a few hours after Shanquella was pronounced. They had done an autopsy on a Sunday morning. They got started Saturday night on a foreign body that had not been claimed by the family. So they did an autopsy without permission from the family, right? On a person that they had originally said expired from alcohol poisoning. They did an autopsy where they did vaginal samples, anal samples, fingernail scrapings. They did all of that on the 30th on a body that was supposedly a deceased from alcohol poison, right? But then on the 30th, they said it was a violent death. Violent. So why would we believe Mexico? And now we see that the U.S. is in the bed with them. So Cookie for Love says, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for her family and friends, especially the mother and father. Yes, I felt that, like I said, I felt like somebody had knocked the wind out of me when I read that statement, read the headlines. I was like, what? This must be a joke. And no, it's not. Exactly. Get them, RN. It don't even make sense when you read it. Yes. Cookies for Love says that Cynthia Thomas. They are wanted in questioning in Mexico, but can't get them unless the U.S. turns them over. Doesn't look like they will. Yeah. Show me your thorough evidence. Janet Jenkins says, Mexico put out a warrant for Dejanay and subpoenas for the rest of those monsters. So if the U.S. didn't want to do anything, they should have extradited them all back to Mexico. Yeah. What's up, Ty Libra? Ty Libra say, hey to the beautifuls. Janet says, U.S. called it a fight when we all clearly see a brutal attack on Shanquella. Yeah, U.S., not looking so good. Sweet Capricorn said, yes, I'm so tired of hearing the word fight. It was an attack. Yes, I agree. So let me see, am I close? I loving all this here. Let me see. I'm so far. I'm about an hour off. Okay, so let me kind of hop down here and see some let me see here. All right, sweet corn, sweet Capricorn said supposedly the autopsy in the state came after the video. Why wasn't that considered and it be marked undetermined? Exactly, and then too, why the FBI talking about is undetermined when back in November everyone was accepting the spinal cord injury, the broken neck, and the statement not until the 17th. Yes. Yep, just said that. Hopefully more of the truth will come out. Yeah. Janet says FBI stop trying to play in our face. In my Obama voice. Come on, man. Thank you. Said Deanna said they would have been able to get evidence from the villa. Yeah, they weren't trying to get no evidence from the villa. They just telling us this little stuff now, y'all. Let's see here. What's going on? The Me Watch said it sometimes take years to get a conviction. Yep. Dr. Jeffrey McDonald managed to live and thrive in his career for 9.5 years before being convicted of murdering his wife and 2 daughters. Yeah, I was just thinking about that too. And we was talking about the Sweetie Pie, the Norman dude, right? They said it took 7 years. So, and they probably trying to milk this for all that they can because now this gives, more story to talk about and more, I don't know. It's very hurtful though. It's very hurtful. But you're right. These things do take time. We'll see. Psychological warfare. Yes, at its finest. They said if they catch us, we will throw the one on the video under the bus. Yep. And we saw they was trying to do that with their little autopsy when they was pretty much painting a picture that the whole thing was all Dejanay. She was the main guest. This was all Dejanay. Janet Jinx says, don't stop covering this case. Oh, okay. Let's keep the faith that we can stand together to get justice for Shanquella. Okay, thank you, Janet. I am. I will. Anisha says racial bias is all over this one too. Black on black crime, hands down, bottom line. Okay, that must be an emoji. Not enough evidence is a lie, and the U.S. refutes a broken neck. I know that everybody saw. That just let you know, y'all, how we are still viewed over here. Deanna says, I think if the maid really existed and really did find Quilla gun, I think they would have gotten Quilla out of the villa sooner than 8. Yeah. I think all those times are suspect, and lies. Don't go to Mexico. Yes. No more Mexico. No more Mexico. Don't go to Mexico. Dina says, so I think she was around when maid came and she alerted them that she wasn't well. No. Because, when we see the video, we see the injury, we know that the life expectancy is 15 minutes after that. And for them to sit there and try to denounce this math and science, I'm like, we need doctors to step up and say that this here is baloney and call the FBI out on these pack of lies. How the hell the FBI gonna conduct an autopsy? Since when the FBI been conducting autopsy? The same thing that I said about the Mexican police department and the Mexican attorney general ain't doing no autopsy. FBI ain't either. Medical and legal, not even legal and law enforcement, all that stuff, two different industries. They do not go together. You can't fill in for the doctor if you're an attorney. You can't fill in for the police if you're a doctor. Yeah, words sounded like femicide was. Let's see here. Scott said those lowlifes murderers are sick. Yes. Janice says, right, Ari, the FBI can't call the cause of death. What the hell is going on with our FBI? Do you think that we are stupid? Yeah. But, we've seen that they have been known to lie right to our faces and just straight out deny stuff. They've been gaslighting us, since the whole time here. Tamika says spiritually, mentally, and psychological warfare, dark spirits in charge, demonic entities. Yeah, it's been some serious, spiritual wickedness in high places. Deanna says, so now femicide, the U.S. fault now embalming fluid. I know they just blame it on ridiculous stuff because an x-ray will clearly show the broken neck. The Me Watch said, this doesn't mean they have given up. There is a vital missing component to this case that we don't know about yet. Oh, yeah, what? Right. All right. What is it? Sugar says, what an evil shame. I'm so disappointed in decision makers. Complete cover up. I agree. What's up, Bridget? Bridget said, the video shows us her being attacked. Then she come back there. When Natalie Holloway died in Aruba, they hunted and prosecuted those responsible. Yeah. But, like I've said before, there's already not a lot of, respect for women, and then let alone a Black woman, right? So it's got a couple of strikes there that, put you on the list, at the end of the list for priorities for things to happen. Let's see here. Dina said, they think we are a bunch of TikTok brain dead people for real, or they just don't care anymore about what we think. Yeah. And I think too that they've been so used to, okay, well, this is what we're going to tell them. And, they tell us this and we just accept it. And that's just how it is. But now, with the social media and stuff and people able to have a platform and say what they want, and then to reach out and have other people agree with that and, standing together, it's not as easy. So they took her to Mexico to murder her. Yes. Yes, they did. Tamika says it was around Halloween, Day of Dead, Santa Claus Martras. I probably spelled it wrong, but I know what you're talking about. It was some kind of Day of the Dead type of thing. Brahma is Vedic astrology. It's Hinduism. Oh, because I remember too, people would come up to the chat and say, there was some kind of Mexican wrestle, witchcrafty type of, I don't know, some type of ritual, spooky, ooky, speaking with the dead type of demon spirit stuff happening. And that's what this whole thing was about. Yes. What about Trayvon? That got over on that one too. They got over on that one too. What's up, M-Mac? I'm sorry, T-Mac. Was that a Freudian slip? Let's see here. Deanna said, we just have to keep going. Make sure that we don't spread misinformation because we have enough of that, and just work our facts and what we do have to send it daily to FBI. The FBI already said they ain't doing nothing. So why are we sending some to the FBI? Why are we sending some to the FBI? Tamika said, right. Where is the FBI autopsy? Exactly. I guess they're gonna give it to us later once they they ain't finished with it yet. The same way Gerardo was rationing out those pics. Y'all, come on. See, Deanna says, we all email them daily. They will find something to charge, or we will all be in jail together. Let's see, right. Just like the word femicide. Why bring that word up there? See, we can't arrest her because they put femicide on the warrant. Okay, I see where you're going with that. Said, I'm sorry, I see a lot of actors. Yeah, same play, different board. I feel you. Yep. Janice says, but didn't the Mexican Attorney General state after the video that the friends tried to cover up the death by staging an accidental fall? Oh my God. From having too much to drink. I kind of vaguely remember something like that, but come on. That's what I'm saying. Like, how many theories, they should be embarrassed to come up with these new stories, right? So Mexico then gave us like 3 stories, and now, the FBI is coming to, I don't know what what it's about. But he said, I wish the dad would got another autopsy here in America after the Mexican autopsy. But like I was saying before, y'all, in the beginning, that we are not going to get distracted with this whole autopsy, because the cause of death that was given in the beginning before her funeral, there's a cause of death listed. It was not undetermined. So the FBI is feeding us a dry bologna sandwich with this whole, they were doing an autopsy. They ain't did no autopsy. That came up with something that says undecided or inconclusive or whatever the lie was. Let's see here. His original said, the friend said accidental fall in the bathroom. They did have, multiple stories here. There are multiple stories there. Multiple stories. Okay, let me see here. I've been talking for a little minute here. Okay, there's a few more minutes on this. It's just that the volume is so low, and I'm not feeling. Let me see what else I got on here. I got another quickie. No, we already saw that. A quickie. All right, here I already did that one. I think this is another little quickie one here, and then I'll just finish reading these comments off, and then I don't know what our goals is going to be after this. Like, I don't know what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Okay, I'm going to finish this up over here. I see. Let me roll on down here. I'm coming in for a closer landing. All right, Tamika said, boycott foreign countries. Don't give them our patronage. Don't go there. What's up, DJ? Zombie G says, at All Around Natural Beauty are in this case is similar to Kanika circumstances. Tanika Jenkins circumstances. Another case gone cold under mysterious and lack of government help. Yeah. Deanna says, no, now we know why the consulate wouldn't help her and told her to go ask the travel companions. He knew the autopsy was no good. Yeah, I know, huh? Janet says, how does a swollen brain lead to an undetermined cause of death? Exactly. That's what I'm saying, y'all. No doctor would write something like that. That's how we can see they trying to fool us. FBI ain't doing no autopsy. The police, Mexican police, aren't determining the cause of death. And if you believe that the Mexican authorities did an autopsy on a foreign body within hours of it being demised, come on. And not only did they do an autopsy a few hours after the person demised, it totally contradicted the original statement that they put out about it being cardiac arrest due to alcohol poisoning. Contradicts that, and it contradicts the death certificate that states the cause of death, severe spinal cord injury and atlas luxation. See, we weren't supposed to have the videos to keep, and then all this talk we've been doing, coming together, content creators talking about this. This wasn't supposed to happen, so we keep the stuff fresh in our mind. That way, if they would have done this, 20 years ago before all of this internet and stuff, then we would have forgotten about, the original cause of death. We would have forgotten about that. So when they come with these new lies, we would just easily accept that. People aren't as, easily manipulated as we were years ago, because we can do a lot of our own research. We can Google, and we still got our good old Merriam-Webster dictionary. What's up, Karen? Thanks for stopping by. Karen says, good evening, all. And Deanna says, too many involved. Something got to crack. They in negotiation right now trying to figure out what story to tell that won't implicate Mexico. I mean, Mexico probably feeling like they off the hook now. They pointing at the U.S. See, we tried to, we said to bring them back over here. We sent all the paperwork. We said that she was there and that she, was laughing. Mexico did all they stuff. They didn't paint the picture, and now, boom, U.S. is the ones. Because Deanna said, because there is no way they don't have enough evidence to charge something. I agree. Karen says, good evening at All Around Us Beauty RN. And yes. Tamika says at DJ Zombie, that's true. I live here where Kanika Jenkins live, and it's said when I drive by and know that her soul was lost so tragically. Yeah. Hey, Narrator, what's up? Heartbreaking. Yes, it is. It really is. It really is. Why is that ridiculous White House press secretary affirmative action hiring help? Hire helping. I don't know. Because this isn't the agenda that they want to push. Tamika says at DJ Zombie, typo, it's sad seeing the picture, her mom house mural, terrible. Yeah. Yeah, this whole thing is just super sad because it's like, you feel helpless when it's so obvious, and it's just such a slap in the face how, there's no justice here for women, and especially Black women. They, Mexico and the United States, wants us to end our campaign for justice for Shanquella. No, we can't stop until we get justice for her and her family. Yeah, that is true. That's what they want to. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I was really close. I was just like, well, guess, nothing else for me to talk about here. That's it. What else can I do? Deanna says, right now, they're gonna use that whole sun on the headboard thing like Martin did. Come on now. I know that's what I'm saying. They was watching all this stuff because the documents, all it did was address all of the questions and concerns that we had put out there. When I said, you can get the burn marks on your chest from the CPR, right? All of a sudden now there's some post-mortem burn marks on the body to show that they gave her all those shocks. But they weren't aware that you can't administer a shock on a deceased person. If there's not a shockable rhythm, the machine's not going to shock. It's not going to administer a shock. It's going to say, no shock advised. No shock advised. So it's impossible to receive shock burns when you couldn't have gotten a shock, right? And then they got that deduced from John Q. They took his verbiage. I can deduce that it was between 7 and 8:30 a.m. Yes, see, this is insane. Yes, it is. It is. DJ Zombie G says at Tamika Booker, exactly. Shake. I kind of knew this case was going nowhere because U.S. government was taking too long to produce any results. With some kind of arrest or warrants from the USA. I agree with you. Yep. All right. See, Karen says, good evening. Okay. Nice to see you. Okay, that's right. Everybody is coming in. Is this one of Crump's attorney? Yeah, apparently him and Sue Ann, they working together. She is someone he's asked to come to his firm. But I didn't see Attorney Crump on there. It's a few more minutes. I might go back over there and finish. When I feel like I'm being fed a dry bologna sandwich, sometimes I just don't finish the sandwich. I just leave it there. I'm not that hungry. Karen says that Scott. Hey there, welcome. I feel defeated. Yes. Nerda is sharing some more just for Shanquella. Thank you, Nerda. Janet says, don't get discouraged. Let's just fight harder for justice for Shanquella. Okay. Me too defeated, but this is far from over. Okay. All right. I'm with y'all too. Okay. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Anisha says, in this case, my faith isn't shaken because there'll be justice for Shanquella Robinson and accountability by the Cabo Six. Okay. All right, I'm liking y'all, feeling all this encouragement here. Scott Smith says, we have to let the world know that no one can go to another country and murder someone. I come back to America, get away with it. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, because this is totally saying this is exactly all you need to do, right? You got a problem with somebody, be like, hey, I got an extra ticket to go to Mexico. Would you like to go with me? Let's see here. Uh-oh. Two sides of the coin. Okay. This is such a strange case. I agree. It just feels fake, almost like this is really not happening. This is really not happening. Let's see. Who is this lady? You talking about Sue Ann Robinson? I know. I was surprised too. Like, are you a plant? Did someone plant you into this here thumbs up, folks? Yeah, let me see what these thumbs is looking like. 68 thumbs. All right. So, oh. Okay. Oh, it ain't playing. All right. So, thank you, Nader. Nader says, hit that like button. Justice for Shanquella. All right. We moving on down here. We getting in there. Love comes in different forms. Crump should be able to FOIA the case. FOIA. The case now that is closed. Follow up in America. Sorry. Somebody gave me too a sheet of these here abbreviations. I just gotta find it, pull it up, see it. She drank the Kool-Aid. Oh, okay. It seems like that, huh? Because I felt like I could tell when somebody had got a dose of that Kool-Aid, like they would be saying one thing, these content creators, and then all of a sudden, you know, they saying something different. And I could see it. It was like, oh. So, you know, yeah. Look like she got a little glass of that Kool-Aid. Yes, stay away from the Kool-Aid. Excuses. Yes, and excuses. She loves using those hands. And see, Dan said, I wonder if she's from back east. We like to talk with our hands. Janet says, did the FBI send anyone to Mexico to investigate this case? Because it doesn't sound like they sent anyone. It sounds like a cover-up from the North Carolina side. Yes, IMO. In my opinion. I agree with you. Because it sounds real elementary, like, you know, the same way when they was trying to say that, you know, they gave 14 rounds of CPR and 3 shocks, and, you know, they started, and 14 of drilling, and I mean, they, all the talk that they were saying, right? It didn't sound, you know, truthful, or it didn't sound like how it should sound, right? So yeah, I agree with you on that. This is kind of suspicious. Yeah. Yeah, in my opinion. Good point, RN. Thank you, Deanna. I appreciate that. Lena said, I'm sorry, she is talking in circles. Thank you. I felt like I was the only one feeling that way, and I didn't want to say nothing. I was like, I don't feel like people being all sensitive, thinking, you know, that somebody is, you know, trying to, you know, pull the wool, or, you know, be in disagreement. But yeah, I was like, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? And then, yeah, circular word salad. Deanna says, I think she got some info today she didn't want to hear, and it wasn't this what she's reporting. Yeah, talking around it. I agree with you. I think she got some inside info and she's scared. Wow. Yeah, that's why I wasn't even trying to, you know, I'm like, what? If y'all want us to leave it alone, I guess, you know. I guess. But Nair said, bullseye. Yeah. Yep. Just like they said, it's bigger than, you know, what we thinking and seeing here. Tamika said at DJ Zombie G, I understand I work for those F's. I'm so sad and really in my head on, in this a company of integrity. So sad and really in my head on this. On, is this a company of integrity? Oh, I'm in my head on this. Is this a company of integrity? Yeah. Yeah, it does seem to be lacking a little bit of integrity there. Lena said, it seems like the attorney don't have a case and want the people to make the case for them. I know, because it's like, how much more do y'all want us to do? Like, we're, laying it all out here. Attorneys bought and paid for. Yep. Uh-oh. Diane's giving something here. Say, Dina says, or just a small distraction to keep us on the hook. Yeah. Yeah. Because definitely, or to like turn it down, right? Because remember when this first came out, it was boom up there. Everybody was talking about it. Then, they started trying to douse the flames to, turn it down, keep it down, right? And then all of a sudden, they put the news back up in here, Benjamin Crump and all that. And then we YouTubers was coming out, fighting with the truth and the facts, saying, hey, remember this? Remember this here broken neck? Huh? Remember this? Remember these videos here? Then all of a sudden, they come up with these news stories. Okay, well, hey, this happened, right? Then we come back with the truth and say, well, that couldn't happen because here is the truth that actually happened, right? We got the proof here. Here we go. Then they just said, well, you know what? We don't see it. It is undetermined. Case closed. It's not enough evidence here. We're not doing anything about it. You guys are done. Jen said, she already posted extradition now. So the U.S. just gave her next move, along with the meeting that they still have coming up with the White House. Yes, that's true. It's supposed to be something in May, right? May something. True. We got some laughing emojis there. Cabo 6 is not that smart. Someone in high place is helping him. I agree. Because if they go down, then it's going to open up the door to all of the other things that, happen before them and that continue to happen after them, right? Like I said, this here is a ring, right? They had to hook up there. Deanna says they got it twisted. They think we the stupid ones. Yes, they do. Anonymous facts. Where is Anonymous? I hope ain't nobody banning people or silencing people out of the chat or stopping folks from talking up in here. Because where is this comment here? Whatever. Anyway, I'm not even trying to go there with y'all. Whoever is the one that's in here playing with the folks in the chat, I hope you sit on a thumbtack and have a difficulty time getting it out. Deanna says they are negotiating. They probably traded Quilla's case for the 2 kidnapped victims because it's all Mexico's that dirty. They need to be charged too. Hey, Jacqueline, what's going on? Says hello, Natural Beauty, mods and chat. Just got here. Does the attorney know or have any info if they've checked phone, text messages, interviewed, interrogated any of the Cabo 6? Well, basically she said that after they they didn't give us too much information on the interview. They said it's not enough evidence. And the autopsy that the FBI conducted is inconclusive. And they didn't see no broken neck. We need to see what law they trying to pass, because she is push it Too much. She is pushing too much. Yeah, something's going on. That's what I'm saying. This is, it's a reason why they're doing this, to see how much pushback they're going to get. So like we said, y'all, if you haven't already, register to vote. Register to vote. Register to vote. We're going to use our voices to make some changes up in here. Deanna says, that's what I'm saying. They have convicted people for unaliving with no bodies. Exactly. 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 Yeah. Deanna says, you're telling me they can't catch and charge her with an embalmed body? Yeah. What does embalming have to do with the autopsy report? Right? And if that had something to do with it, why did they attempt to conduct the autopsy report when it was already known that she was already embalmed? If that had something to do with the results, why conduct the autopsy report? Right? Why? Did they? Why? Why? Right? Lies. Hey, Rebecca. Rebecca says, get her body and do the test and find out what happened to her. That might be the best thing to do. Get a court order. Well, according to the FBI, they conducted their autopsy, came back, undetermined. 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 Anonymous Lee says, it's called gaslighting the country. Blacks going to get worse. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, that's exactly what it's called, gaslighting, right? There's no such thing as racism. We've always treated the blacks well. My best friend is black. And see, Narrative says at Jacqueline Davis, they're just running us in circles. Yes, running the game. No real information. For real, for real. Deanna said, that's the play. Mexico has charged and U.S. says, no, you don't. Yeah, they playing with us, y'all. Yeah, gaslighting. That's exactly what this is. Deanna says, so I think it's time to call the travel agent and tell Deja we going to Mexico. Y'all, without parent permission. Exactly. That's what I was saying. First of all, they don't do autopsies on everybody because there's a cost to that. And if Mexico is a poor country, right? Even if Mexico wasn't poor, where are they doing autopsies on, young people that somebody that passed away in a foreign country and they haven't even made contact with the family? No one spoke to the family. Who gave permission to perform an autopsy on Shanquella? Who gave Mexico permission to do that? Right? Mexico said they did that autopsy. They got the body on the 29th at 8 p.m. on the 29th. They already had her on the operating table. They had her on the table, and they had the saw in hand and the thumb forceps, and they was ready to go. They had their equipment, the camera, the saw, the scalpel, and the video camera to perform the autopsy on Shanquella, who had only expired a few hours prior. So on Saturday night, they got somebody who was, because doing the autopsy, that's usually a Monday through Friday type of job, right? Maybe on special cases, you come in on the weekend, to get it done, but highly unlikely, right? Because it can always wait till Monday, right? This is a Monday through Friday kind of job. So Mexico is saying that on a Saturday night after hours, not only is it usually a Monday through Friday job, it's usually a 9 to 5, but not only on a Saturday night, someone came into work on the Saturday night on a holiday weekend and performed the autopsy on a foreign body who had not been identified by the family. They did an autopsy. They took their limited resources and rendered this autopsy on this American Black woman without parental permission. Yes, Deanna, that's exactly what happened there. That's what they want us to believe. Janet says, damn, Mexico gave us a bologna sandwich. And now the United States just gave us a bologna sandwich with spoiled bologna. Woo, they even worse. They gave us some spoiled meat. Yes, Janet, okay? Anonymous Lee says, I think if Mexico let this go on, there was going to be a large lawsuit against the villa. Yeah. I wonder if there still could be a large lawsuit against the villa. Cookie for Love says at Janet Jenkins, right, except the bologna in the U.S. sandwich is now just crap. Yes. Yes. All right, Jacqueline Smith says at Narada, this is so disheartening. So it appears that they're going along with the findings of the autopsy from the U.S. No findings of atlas luxation or broken spine. Wow. 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 Now, see, I mean, how? I mean, we could play Nancy Grace video where she had a physician up there, even a surgeon, to say that this was an internal decapitation. Everyone was accepting the death certificate with the cause of death that told everything added up. 2 + 2 was equaling 4 all day. And now they want to come over here and gaslight us into believing that, oh no, that's not what happened. That ain't what happened. She ain't had no broken neck. Mexico up there lying, right? Deanna said, we got to go back to the beginning and put pieces together. Even though I know this is a stall tactic. Yeah, I agree with you. What if this was part of a SYOPS? SOPS. Justice for Shanquella Robinson. Hey, Courtney. I ain't seen you in a little minute. Yes. Justice. Did you hear, Courtney? No justice. The U.S. authorities will not pursue charges in the death of Shanquella. Yep. Everybody don't read the same Bible. Yeah, we need to be careful with that Bible too, because it could be used to keep you, kind of stuck in a way of thinking. What's up, Baby Queen? Baby Queen said all of this under Biden's watch. That's why I'm saying register to vote. So we make sure who not to vote for. And he was in Mexico during the height of the crime. Be careful who you vote for next election. Watch how he gonna be begging for our votes. Yes, let him beg. Let him beg, let him beg, let him beg. Yeah, you won't be getting votes over here. We're going to make sure that we know who not to vote for. Not this guy. Not this guy. Look how quick they was quick to throw this up to the family like that. Ain't nothing going to be done. I wonder if we can get someone to challenge the FBI. Yeah. Yeah. Because if that's just the Charlottesville that's saying that, we can, it's too many of us. We gonna keep talking. We gonna keep talking. We gonna keep saying just for Shanquella. Right? That's what we doing, y'all. We gonna stick it out. So I can't believe not one person on Mexico or the 6 told the truth. Yeah, I mean, what's the incentive for telling the truth if you're gonna be able to get away with it? Right? They getting away with it. Deanna said, how could all of them had the same story that don't even make sense? Yeah. These people, man, let's see here. Yes, cookies for love. It's now just a crap sandwich. You are right. Yes. A crap sandwich. Robin says the world needs to see the FBI autopsy, just like we saw the Mexican autopsy. Exactly, that's what I said. Where is the autopsy that they said that's saying that there was no atlas luxation? Where is it? Where? And again, just like the Mexican police and the Mexican attorney general can't perform no autopsy and write out these. I mean, last night, we was reading over that, and it's not even real terms. They just threw out some womp, 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 baloney stuff out there that makes no sense. The FBI, I wonder what kind of crazy story they're going to come out with. Shoot, let's see here. We can't just take them at their word. What is the world coming to? I agree with you. Like you don't think one of them would have panicked and tried to make a deal? No, because if they already know that, just like Sue Ann said, you make it back here, that's base. I'm on home base. I'm safe. Someone has already done this before. Somebody has went over to Mexico, dropped the body, came back here, and got away with it. And they have wash, rinse, and repeat this procedure of going over to Mexico, dropping a body, and coming back here and getting away with it. Don't make sense. No, it don't. God got this. I'm believing that. All right. Appreciate your belief. Justice for Shanquella Robinson in Jesus Christ's holy name. Janet says, I want to see all of the evidence or lack of evidence that the FBI field office in North Carolina said they have to make the decision that they made. Exactly. Because just from the evidence that we have all seen, I mean, they could have just picked any channel and see some stuff here. Yes, please show us how did you deduce this conclusion? How did you deduce this? Right? Yeah, show us the evidence. What's up, Dangerous? Dangerous said the Department of Justice and FBI have determined there will be no federal charges filed in the death of Charlotte native Shanquella Robinson. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. You have said that before in the past too, haven't you, Dangerous? Yeah. But they are disputing the truth. They are denying the truth. They haven't proved, they haven't, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. They are disputing the proof. They are denying the proof. We have proved it. Cynthia says, we don't need to know anything if FBI ever comes to ask us questions. That's awful. Yeah. Rituals, they worship the dead in October. Yeah, that's true. And they had that celebration going on. See, Jalinda Pace says conflict of interest for North Carolina government to take the case when Canna from NAC. When from NAC. Sorry. Let's see. And remember what we read in the Mexican autopsy about the brain. Exactly, right? All that swelling, all that edema. Yeah. They and the medulla, exactly. That was in pristine condition. It was no problems there. It's like, and now what's behind door number 3? I know, huh? Yeah. It's sad that it's almost comical how, what they're doing to try to show, us these lies here. Exactly, Deanna says. They was showing that video off and showed the wrong one. Yep. Cynthia said, this is a bunch of bull. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I agree. Somebody's agreeing with you, Robin. Am I close? God darn. All right, so I'm going to scoot down here. Well, I'm almost close. Let me just go and finish here. Deanna says that's why she couldn't look at the camera when answering her own guilt. You know what? I didn't want to say this. I did not want to say this, but back she got on someone's panel. I think Esquire, somebody, not Esquire, one of those queens, somebody. I don't remember. I don't want to say the wrong content creator, but it was, I think last week, she was on someone's got on their platform, and she started to do the behavior to show lies. I was like, oh, I didn't want to see that, because I was like, I don't want to talk about it, because I know like some people be super sensitive if they don't want to know the truth. But I did notice that too, that she that she had that energy. She was looking like who was it? Nazir. And no, wait. And see, it was, and over the, and yeah, and I was rubbing her head, and then they're talking about cooking. It was like that. I feel you. Deanna says that's why she didn't look at the camera when answering her own guilt. And she just hit a tree the other day, drunk driving. What? DJ Zombie G says my keyboard messed up spell. Uh-oh. See, RN, you should ask Sue and oh, I had a question on the whoever that one I can't remember who did the live. Somebody had did a live. God darn it. I think it was Queen somebody. Somebody did. Anyway, I did put a question out there in a little super chat about if if they said it wasn't serious, why did something about, and there was no answer for real. And then after that, the live was over. But yeah, she was hemming and hawing on over there. Yeah, I'm willing to ask anybody something, to see who's going to just tell the truth. Lena says we have her and other people to talk about. Yeah. Let's see. Diane said they too busy right now covering their own crimes. So sad. Yep. But Jessica says I just don't trust justice will get done in Mexico because they are only calling for Dejanay and not the rest. They dropped the ball in the first place. Exactly. And now we see that we don't need to be looking at the good old US of A to give any justice either. They just told us to sit down and shut up. Y'all ain't saw nothing. You ain't see nothing. Janice says, and people don't know that the defibrillator machine actually talks to us when we use it. It will even tell you if you're doing chest compressions wrong. Exactly. But when they were saying that back in the beginning, I was saying how that was highly unlikely. Like, where did they get it from, right? First, they said that the doctor was not an emergency doctor. And so where did this doctor, who's just, a regular house call doctor, get IV start kit from, right? Where did the AED come from? Where did that come from? And then those fake pics, no one had a stethoscope. There was no proof of the AED. And they were so busy trying to convince us that they had dressed the body, that they had left Shanquella in the black t-shirt, that they were able to see the defibrillator burns through the black t-shirt because it was visible without them having to take the shirt off. They were able to see the defibrillator burns through the black t-shirt. They were so busy trying to convince us that they dressed the body that they wasn't aware that if they did the CPR, the shirt would have been off anyway. They would have had to cut the shirt off to place the pads on there to do the CPR. Clothes are being cut off. You ain't doing no CPR with a shirt on. But they wanted you to believe that they dressed the body. So did they dress the body after they did the CPR? Right? So which one? Either y'all did the CPR and you took the shirt off to do the CPR. So did y'all put the clothes back on after you did the CPR? I mean, come on here. How many times? Right? Yep. Deanna says, I believe we will too. It's just going to take a minute. They playing some games right now between countries. Yeah, I agree with you. Jalinda says, in addition, they supposed to arrest someone for taking an unresponsive person naked boy in Mexico and send it back over the line of the U.S. Shanquella College in North Carolina. Stop dad and sister work at North Carolina Gov. In addition, they supposed to arrest someone for taking an unresponsive person naked body in Mexico, maybe, and send it back over the line of the U.S. to Shanquella's College in North Carolina. Stop dad and sister work at North Carolina. All righty. A little slow on that one there. Let's see. Jessica says, Ariane, you play too much. I have an extra ticket. Oh, do you? All right. That's what you do there. Get that ticket there. Come on out there to Mexico. Yeah, you get away with a guarantee. DJ Zombie G says at All Around Natural Beauty RN, well, look like Nancy Grace losing her pull for cracking cases. She should give up on the crime solving. She failed Shanquella. Oh, then I know I'm ready to hear what Nancy got to say about this. We need to go knock on her door and be like, look what they look what your good old FBI people saying here. What you got to say about that? Or we can go get a set of tires and an interview. Oops. Who are y'all talking about? I don't know. Oh, I think they're talking about Sue Ann. I'm lost. All right, let's see. Look at Pace's statement. Okay, so all right. Facts are in. Okay, so we still trying to keep some facts here. A Hyatt police attachment. All right. PGM Williams says the autopsy from Mexico is more detailed than the FBI autopsy. We haven't even seen the FBI's autopsy. Sue Ann just reported that what they said, it was the findings came back, inconclusive. It was undetermined, undetermined, was the FBI's autopsy. But no, we still haven't seen or really heard what's on that autopsy. It could say anything. In Mexico, they had a lot of description, a lot of details on there, but it was a conclusion. It wasn't even a real autopsy. It was a bunch of word salad on there too, with clues to show how, it was fake. Diane says, I hope Shanquella's father is okay. He has been very quiet. Yep. Yeah, I hope the whole family is okay because this has to be horrible, right? The whole world witnessed it. Nothing's happened. And it's like, I don't know. This is just horrible. Janet says, exactly, PGM Williams, which makes this even crazier than it was before. Yep. They're just trying to really keep us super confused here and, not, just confused and chasing our tails. Prissy Pooh, hey, welcome back. Says, well, the only thing left is street justice. Hey, chat. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was trying to skip over these, but hey, I'm just reading the comments. Their laws aren't the same as ours. So the government gave them permission. Woo! Blow torching, gaslighting, bologna sandwiches. Ooh, y'all, come on. It says, Jalinda says North Carolina feds shouldn't be doing investigation. Exactly. So how we know this ain't, the corrupt portion of them saying this stuff to kind of keep this down now, right? Because it didn't sound official. Oh, I know. I think I even I got let me see. I'm gonna read their so-called official report. Didn't I? Think I is it? Yeah, okay. I've got something else to read to y'all. One more thing here. This is the United States Department of Justice. Okay, let me share the screen so we be on the same accord here. I knew it was something else I wanted to share with y'all. This here's the official document. The United States Department of Justice, United States Attorney Sandra J. Hairston and Dina J. King, United States Attorney's Office for Middle and Western District of North Carolina. For immediate release, Wednesday, April 12th, 2023, right? So that was today. federal officials met with the family of Shanquella Robinson. Charlotte, North Carolina, federal officials with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Middle Western District of North Carolina and the FBI met with the family of Miss Shanquella Robinson and family representatives today to offer their condolences and present the findings of the federal investigation into the death of Miss Robinson. The investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Miss Robinson has been a priority for federal prosecutors and the FBI. The FBI has worked diligently to conduct a detailed and thorough investigation of the evidence available in this case. In coordination with Mrs. Robinson's family, an autopsy was conducted in the United States by the medical examiner's office in Mecklenburg County. Okay? So my fact finders out there, y'all heard this? They're saying that a medical examiner, so this should be public record, right? For those of y'all who know this kind of stuff. They're saying that the medical record examiner conducted an autopsy in the Mecklenburg County. As in every case under consideration for federal prosecution, the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a federal crime was committed. Based on the results of the autopsy and after a careful deliberation and review of the investigative material by both U.S. Attorney offices, federal prosecutors informed. Let me make sure I read. Okay, let me go back. Based on the results of the autopsy and after a careful deliberation and review of the investigative material by both U.S. Attorney offices, federal prosecutors informed Ms. Robinson's family today that the available evidence does not support a federal prosecution. The death of Ms. Robinson has been incredibly difficult for her family and the community. As a matter of policy, federal officials generally do not issue public statements concerning the status of an investigation. However, look at this, look at this. This isn't even written correctly. So there's a period, and then however, it's the beginning of a sentence, then the comma. Is this okay? All right, let me see. What? All right, so this little one-page statement. Okay, let me just finish this little part down here. Anyway, this just stood out to me down here where it says, let me just start over. This last little paragraph, this second to last paragraph says, the death of Ms. Robinson has been incredibly difficult for her family and the community. As a matter of policy, federal officials generally do not issue public statements concerning the status of an investigation. However, given the circumstances of Ms. Robinson's death and the public concern surrounding this investigation, it is important to reassure the public that experienced federal agents and seasoned prosecutors extensively review the available evidence and have concluded that federal charges cannot be pursued. As in any case, the government is prepared to review and examine new information related to the investigation should it become available. Wow. 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 All right. So, y'all, I thought I put me. I'm gonna drop that in the chat here. Not in the chat, but in the description of this here video. So y'all could, just like I had dropped that one, the Mexicans autopsy and all that crap up in there. So folks could download it and go through it. All right, so it is in the description. It's in the description. Let me see if I can drop it in the chat. All right, I tried to see. I don't know if that came through or not. That's that document there, y'all. If it comes through the correct way, we got it there. All right, so let me get back over here to. Okay, I read all. That was all I wanted to read. Was that there? All right, so John Q says, according to, since I had to drop that in the chat, I scroll down to the bottom here. I'm missing out on some stuff. John Q said, according to the U.S. FBI autopsy report, it shows inconsistencies in the Mexican autopsy. It states the Mexican autopsy report was a partial report. It was not a complete autopsy by Mexico. I don't believe that Mexico did no autopsy on no October 30th. I don't believe that Mexico got the body of Shanquella Robinson on October 29th, the evening of her being deceased. I don't believe that they were receiving her body at 8 p.m. when they hadn't even spoke to the family. Who gave Mexico permission to do an autopsy? These folks is lying. These folks is lying. All right, so let me see here. All right, Janice says, if I was the family, I would sue everyone, the Cabo group and everyone in Mexico and the FBI in North Carolina. Everyone would get a civil lawsuit against them. Justice for Shanquella. Yes. I don't know what that say. Pops. Pipsops. I don't know. Tamika says Supreme Courts can challenge the judicial court system. All right, so I don't know. Let me drop the link. If anybody want to come up and say some stuff, I did say I wanted to drop this here link in case somebody want to explain something that may be a lot of words to put in the chat before I call it a night. We'll do that. All right, so there it's there. Let me see if I can pin it to the top. I said, where did I do? Okay, it's over here and pin. All right, so now that I'm over here, let's see how many of these messages. I'm gonna work my way up. Ooh, where am I? Oh, okay, here I go down here. Denisa says, just came on. Have you seen the new autopsy report? No, I haven't seen. I didn't know that they had one. So this the only document that I just read was the only thing there. So is there an autopsy report from that they, what they put out there? Anybody know? So no, I ain't seen it. Have you? See, Deanna says, that's what I'm saying. It don't make sense. They are protected someone. I agree. Elise Hyatt family. All right. So we heard that they was supposedly hooked up there. And see here. I work for the government and I'm in a lawsuit with the Department of Justice, but I have camera footage from the homeowner. Okay, I missed something there. Hey, Antoinette King. Hello, Natural Beauty. Hey, what's going on? Just have you seen? No, I hadn't. Anybody see? I'm gonna probably type it into Google in a minute. Say the Speaker of the White House drunk driving, not suing. Oh, okay. Thank you for clearing that up. Thank you for clearing that up. Queen Sheba, that's who it was. Queen Sheba. When yeah, because I went over there and when I saw her to, do look away and do all of the, moving around like that, indicating lies, I was done. I was like, okay, looks like she got a hold of the Kool-Aid, So, yeah. Folks, it's just saying. So April Shower says, Bruce Redmond killed his girlfriend in Mexico. 2010, came back to LA and did time in Mexico. Pimp My Ride co-host. What? Okay. Like I said, this whole, drop your body in Mexico and get away with it. This little scam, this been going on for a long time. People that had to hook up, like you over there, drop the body and do the thing, right? Mexico just let you go. Have you? No. All right, so we're gonna have to pick up this little new autopsy report if you want. Allegedly, Alicia's stepdad worked with the high up government. Her sister is a police officer in North Carolina. FBI investigation is a conflict of interest. Yeah. I think their whole story is kind of fake too. Just the one little document that they put out there, it just, I don't know, let me go back and look at this again. This doesn't look official. I mean, there's no, let me see. There's no, it's not signed. There's no stamp. This is it. It's just a one-page document. There's no stamp. There's no signature, and who is this addressed to? It's not even addressed to anybody. It's just... Woo! That's why I'm saying this reminds me of the Truman Show, right? Remember when they was like looking through the photo album book and, he's becoming aware and he's looking, it's like, wow, this Mount Everest looks, not Mount Everest, who is that? The picture where they have all of the past presidents, stuff like that, the founding fathers. It looks small. And, they're trying to quickly cover it up, right? Because, when you are not aware, they can feed you these little lies like that and people run with it, right? They run with these stories. The FBI said that her neck wasn't broke, right? The next thing you know, people then lost the facts that, we saw her get, woo, scare me there. Okay. All right. Now we got some conversation getting ready to happen about to bring to the stage. Let me get this off of here. Move you. And I got John Q. Yes.
Hey, what's happening? That's all around natural beauty. How are you?
I'm doing good. I ain't heard from you since last year. Now I think we talked on the beginning of the year.
I've been working. You know me. I've been working like you've been working. How are you?
I'm doing good too. Like I said, just getting this little information today was like a gut punch because it was the last thing I was expecting to happen was the FBI be like, nope, nothing to see here. Everything's good.
Yeah, I know. Give me your email.
Okay. Let me stick it out here.
If you can.
I can. I got it right here. What have you been up to?
Oh my goodness. I've been working on my caseloads and doing a table talk on my channel, as well as covering Shanquella's case, Summer Wells' case, Daniel Robinson's case, and then taking a little bit of time off. Sometimes you got to step away from YouTube and get into a thing called your life.
I know.
So,
Just starting to step back off into it, and then this. So I'm like, okay, what is what is going on here? Everyone's with these fake documents and fake information, and Mexico with 3 different stories in the same packet of information. It's comical.
Comical.
Yeah.
I mean, all the information that comes together until, we can bridge the gap in making sense out of the whole story as to, what we've been told.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only thing that we can relate is what we have been told. So that's it, up until somebody steps in, like Sue Ann Robinson, Benjamin Crump, to get in there and try to get some facts to slide in between the gaps to say, well, this is what we found out ourselves, and then present it,
But what does that have to do with all of the visual footage that we've seen, according to Ben Crump, who said those words, with all of the visual evidence? Why are we even talking about all this other stuff? They're now saying that, the whole atlas luxation and severe spinal cord injury that was told and accepted 5 months ago as the cause of death now is not accurate.
Right. And that's what they're dealing with. They're dealing with what Mexico said, and now they're dealing with what the recent U.S. FBI autopsy is saying. They're gathering the information. They're doing their due diligence. We have to at least give them credit for doing that. But at the same time, too, we can be extremely critical based upon what we know came out first. A lot of the old information that came out last year, we hold dear as, what we've seen according to the video, because that is solid evidence something happened to Shanquella.
It matches up to the original death certificate that they put out there. So why would they expect us to believe some new information that contradicts the old information that matched up? The death certificate with the injuries listed, the 2 injuries that were listed as the cause of death, match up. We saw it. You and I matched it up.
Yeah, we did it. We did it together.
Live videos to show when the injuries happened.
Correct.
We saw her neck hanging off her body. We saw her back all crumbled and broken up. So how are they now trying to say that this didn't happen?
No, you're right. You're right. And what we're looking at is how they are putting out the evidence of what they believed happened. That's all they're doing. And it's hard when you have physical evidence that you and I have covered on your channel to say, hey, this is how this thing went down. This is how the atlas luxation occurred. This is what, during the course of 17 to 20 seconds in a video, was displayed to us. And then a death certificate that says in an atlas luxation back injury, she only lasted 15 minutes. Now, we have to remember, too, that the death certificate was not signed. It wasn't certified. That's my problem. It's always been my problem. Well, if they're saying that this is the thing that was reported that was the cause of Shanquella's death, then it should have been signed off by the person receiving the information and by the medical examiner, if they were a medical examiner, corresponding to the laws of medical examination and death certificates. Why didn't they sign the death certificate? Why wasn't it posted in a way, according to the Mexican government, to be ruled as either an accidental death or a death of violence? But they couldn't answer either question because they just said yes to both.
Right. But then we have Mexico coming back saying that they administered or conducted an autopsy on October the 30th and that they received the body to administer the autopsy on October 29th at
Right.
8 p.m. Then
Right.
it's telling us that this in March with this new autopsy that said nothing about the alcohol poison or nothing about the cardiac arrest.
Correct.
So, I mean, come on now.
How does that work out? Where is 1 + 1 = 2 in that?
Thank
Right.
you.
Yeah. How does it? And so it leaves more questions. It leaves more questions. Now that, they've released, I guess, Sue Ann Robinson and her team had released the 18-page document. I'm sure you've covered that on your channel.
Yes, multiple times. And each time we find more and more bones.
Right. This is what they received. This is what they reported to the President of the United States, the U.S. Secretary Department, the Department of Justice. They're saying, hey, there's a problem here. Aren't we, the United States, going to do something about it? You see? And that's where they're at a standstill. So we're waiting for them to say, okay, yes, we are investigating the case, this, that, and the other thing. Now we find out today that, what? The FBI is concluded that they can't press charges.
It's nothing to see here. My thing
Right.
is John. Okay, John. So why would they not even look over? Did they not, when they received this information, Sue Ann received the information from Mexico, did she not read what they said? And from the evidence, from what we already had in the video, see how it contradicted? Like how, I'm sure we here, YouTubers, weren't the only ones that saw that this new information that they put out March 13th totally contradicted and flew in the face of the original information that they put out back in November and back in December.
Right.
So
Right.
why would that be something that you would present over to the president without your own rebuttal to dispute it?
Right. That's what they're doing now.
Where was Ben's and Sue Ann's evidence? Where was their part? All they did was make a little statement about what they were requesting, and then they gave all of Mexico's stuff. Did they not do any investigation? Where was their investigation? They're supposed to be the attorneys for the family, and they had nothing to say.
Right. Well, I mean, she did go down there to Mexico. She tried to do a fact-finding investigation for the family, and we saw the result of that too. Hey, go back to the United States and go find out from the people that Shanquella traveled with. That's where you're going to find your answers, is what she got. You see, but what she also did get from the Attorney General, that Daniel De La Rosa guy that's down there, is that, hey, we sent the investigation, the case investigation package to the United States. That's what she was told. And that's what she was complaining about on the press conference that was held this year in Washington, D.C. That's what they were upset about. You see, so, Our frustrations are their frustrations because we're all trying to get answers to what happened to Shanquella. And this is the back and forth ping pong, if you will, type of, one government to another type of situation that we're dealing with. It's not like people are not trying to find out the truth and the facts about it, which they are, but there are certain people that, I don't know, they're sitting on their hands, and it's between our governments, US government as well as Mexican government.
Yeah. So has anyone seen this autopsy that the U.S. government, the report?
Yeah, I want to send it to you so that this way you can keep smiling at me and
Okay.
say, well, at least John Q sent me something, and I can tell my audience, hey, we got the autopsy report. Now we can compare, what we've covered here on your channel. Now we can compare what they said because, I
Okay.
just got this today.
Someone just sent it. So let's go ahead and we can break this
Okay,
here
great.
down. Thank you. This here is from
There you go.
Etha Jones. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank you, and much love to the chat.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just, it's, to me, it's just, I don't get it, because if nothing else, why didn't Sue Ann and Ben Crump attach also their findings, right? If you went on this fact finding case, you just take exactly what they give you. You don't try to repurpose it and submit, something with it. You just write your, request and send over Mexico stuff untouched, undisputed. You didn't, cross-examine it. You didn't do any of those things. You just passed it over there. You didn't dispute it. You should have highlighted, say, hey, look here, line here. They said this. Boom, boom, boom. This, something.
Right.
I could have stapled the papers together and submitted it. Anyone could have done that. How difficult was that to do?
Right. You're talking about the information that they received from the Mexican government?
Yeah. The 18 pages that they did.
Yeah. And that's what they forwarded to the Department of Justice.
Right. But
in other words, you guys haven't seen this?
Oh, is that how you took it? You guys okay, I'm in the wrong spot. All right. Yes. So here we go.
Yeah. And that's what they were trying to do, was to wake them up to say, hey, you guys haven't seen what we got. We got this from the Mexican government,
Yeah.
What's taking so long?
What is taking so long?
Right.
All right. So we had read that Mecklenburg County Medical Examiner Office, right? So at least this is saying a medical examiner's office, right? Which
there you go.
Who actually does autopsies here. Report of autopsy examination. Decedent. Document identifiers is okay. So here they're given the age at 25. And the document that I read earlier said the age was 26. I had kind of stopped there because I was curious. I was like, I didn't remember her being 26. So they had that wrong. Anyway, so 25. Race, black, sex, female. All right, so far, John, does this look like an official autopsy report? All right, I'm looking for a stamp or a seal of some. Okay, here we go. We got some stamps. We got some signatures here. This looks official. All right. So let's go on and scroll back up here and see what this here talk is about. What is that? Wow. Okay. So we got some more, lots of stuff here, right? So
yeah, you got your work cut out for you.
I don't know, y'all. This is a lot of pages here. So I'm probably just going to do like the top sheet here, so I'm going to see what they're saying. All right, so the authorization is by Thomas D. Owens, MD. All right, so y'all see there, MD. This is a medical doctor received from Mecklenburg County. identification, body identified, papers and tags, ID. Okay. So, but what's the date? Where is the date?
No, you're right there. You're
Where?
right there. Keep going down.
Date
Right in
of
there you go.
examination 11/17. Wow.
There you go.
Wow. Okay, so let's see.
0900.
December, January, February, March, April. So this is almost exactly 5 months later. They're just releasing this.
Well, yeah. But yet was done November 17th
Yeah.
at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah. And there's two persons there that witnessed the autopsy, which is Liza Fisher and Richard Lane. Certification in the cause of death is undetermined. Summary and interpretation is right there on this particular page.
Where? Right down
Yeah,
here.
it's right. Yeah, it's right there. It's right there. So as you walk through that, and it doesn't have to be alive tonight because I'm sure that you're going to take your time to go through it
Mm-hmm.
and see what the developments are. But it does give you dates, which goes according to timeline,
Yeah.
which will begin tying in a lot of blank areas that we were looking for. According to this particular autopsy. Then with the Mexican autopsy, you can put these side by side and do a comparison. And then you can find the discrepancies and inconsistencies between the two, as well as the death certificate, because that was the first document that was released.
Right.
And now you'll have a damn good conversation, if you will.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just, I'm not going to even lie. I'm just super suspicious of this, especially with all of these injuries already, these abrasions. They're trying to do all these defensive marks. I just believe, back in November when when the dad was talking about, he's at the funeral home, to receive the body, none of this was mentioned.
Well, none of it could be released at that time because there was an open investigation, obviously. You're not going to mention something in an open investigation.
The dad mentioned the injuries to her face. He mentioned some of the injuries, right? But he didn't mention any of these. So he picked and chose what he was going to disclose, or is this new information that they just made up for our?
No, I think this was information. I think this was information that he was unable to really describe, other than, he's not a medical examiner. He's not a professional. He's taking a look at his daughter that came back in a bad, bad way. So he's going to give us, I guess, his impression as best as he could, visuals as to what he saw. I think that's what he did. All of this descriptive stuff is more medical, as it goes into your field that you, of course, would understand, because they get very detailed, descriptive, meticulous. They get down to the science and the math that you talk about on your channel that, we either prove them right or prove them wrong. And that's where the nitty gritty is in this particular document. Now that we have it, thank God. Now they released it, thank God. Now we can take a look at it and compare it to the Mexican necropsy, autopsy, the way they came out with it.
Right.
Now you can compare the two to see the different medical methodology of an autopsy, forensic autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
And now you get into the math and the science between two countries. And then you can tie them together to say, okay, who did what? Who was more complete than the other? Who was less complete than the other? Where are the consistencies? And how does this get justice for Shanquella?
Mm.
Yeah. You see, so now that, and thank you, whoever sent that, because now you've given, all American, all American, and the gift that she needs to pursue the truth. To pursue the truth, you'll see in the toxicology area. You just passed it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
how if there was a toxicology report done,
The toxicology report from March, dated March 7th, 2023.
right? Now you've got
They brought her back out again or something. Like, how
no,
did it happen?
no,
If they
no. I'm just saying, now you've got a toxicology report that didn't come with the original Mexican report. How was the U.S. to determine toxicology after Shanquella got back here?
right,
Yeah. So that's good information.
yeah, and it's handwritten too around this date.
Yeah, there's certain handwritings there. Yeah.
All right,
I
y'all.
mean,
I will, come back. Like I said, I'm working and stuff too, so it won't be tomorrow. However, within the next 3 days or so, I'll we'll come back and we can go over this. So I'm going to drop the link also to this in the description box, so y'all could, also have a good time dissecting this, and then we could come together and spit the bones out, right?
yeah, definitely. Do your homework, and then you can have a good conversation based upon, okay, they released this information now. They've had it since then. Hey, some people may question, well, why didn't they release it then?
Yeah.
Well, they were in an investigation then, and you can't tip your hand, to an investigation that's open. And it makes sense. It does. It does. In every investigation, like the George Floyd investigation, Ahmaud Arbery's investigation, we can go to the Summer Wells investigation, Daniel Robinson investigation. No one tips their hand until they get to a certain point in time to say, okay, we can release this now. So the public can see it and review it and come to their own conclusion.
Right.
You see, and this is exactly what happened here. So now that we have it, now we can do something with it and educate, especially from your background, being in the medical field. You can therefore educate your audience to say, okay, from my experience, when I have read any type of autopsy, if I had to, or be a witness to, this is some of the things that I've seen. And according to the document that I'm looking at, it's following a good train of thought. This doctor did lay out what he needed to lay out, or he didn't lay out what he needed to lay out. At least from that medical perspective, you're able to give a point of view, whether they did it right or whether there's something there that's wrong. So I'm glad you have it. I'm glad you have it now.
Yeah. Well.
So thank you, whoever sent it. Thank you, whoever sent it.
Yeah, well, I guess it's out there. Like, I didn't know. I just saw, I wasn't even thinking. I didn't know any of this stuff was even happening. And I just happened to see that title that they're not going to pursue anything, that there's nothing to see here. Y'all keep it moving.
Right.
Keep
right.
it moving.
Like they tell us all the time.
Yeah.
Just like they tell us all the time. Hey, you brown people, keep it moving.
Yeah.
Brown people, keep it moving. Nothing to see here, nothing to say here. Let it go. Let's go to the next story.
Do you have a theory or an opinion on as to why they want to make this not a thing? Like, why are we being herded into this direction to believe that we didn't see her get her neck snapped and back all broken up? Why?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. And it's a funny thing. Why do they think we'll believe it? Why do they think that we'll believe that? You see what I'm saying? It's a great question. They don't know anything. These folks on social media just talk. That's all. They can't make sense out of 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4, all this other stuff. They hate each other. They,
Oh,
and all this other stuff, so that's what they think. That's what they think. But when you've got good channels like yours, mine, and several others out there covering a case like this, and we're novices, we're not professionals at this, taking a look at this kind of information and trying to make heads and tails and make sense out of it. We're here to make sense. It's in the science. Yes. It's in the math. Yes. And if we focus on this thing that's supposed to make sense naturally,
yeah.
then we'll be able to understand it better. But if we're, doing the other thing like they expect us to do, which is go back and forth with each other, and call each other names and bash each other and all the fun stuff that people do on social media, then we don't care. We're looked at as people that don't care. They just talk, and they don't want nothing but entertainment.
Yeah.
And that's what they think.
Right.
Unfortunately, but that's what they think. And I'm just glad that you're around. I'm around. Other good channels are around, trying to cover the facts. As long as we get the facts, then there's truth there. And if there's truth there, we better pay attention, because this happened to Shanquella. We may have a family member that decides to, go on a vacation somewhere in the future, and it could be out of the country, and they could be going with friends, family, relatives, whatever, and they go on a business trip, and one of them doesn't come back, and it happens to be one of your family members.
Yeah.
We better keep our eyes open.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
to know that nothing can happen to the person, they can just like Sue Ann said, get back to base and be like, I'm safe.
Right.
Yeah, I know y'all got it on TV, on the camera. Y'all saw me doing it. Yeah. Now what?
Right.
Government saying that, I'm touchable here. This to me is just going to encourage more people to do this, because I'm sure this was not the first time. And now that people see how easy it is to just take your enemies off to another country, drop the body, and then get back to the USA and you good.
Correct. And that's what Shanquella Robinson is trying to prevent. That's what she's there to try to prevent. It's not right.
Yeah.
This is no good. And now that this mistake, and it's a big one that happened, and now it's national, we have to take a stand to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and that Shanquella's family, like any other family whose family member gets caught up in something like this, doesn't happen to them as well.
Yeah.
You see? So, my heart goes out to Shanquella's family, for they're going to stay the course, and they should. Shanquella Robinson and Benjamin Crump and the team of attorneys and people that support them in this quest for justice, we're backing them. We're their strength.
Yeah.
You see, so
it almost seems like Mexico was listening to us. Like even one of those workers sounded he took your lines. I can deduce that it was between 7 and 8:30. I'm like, he know full well he heard John say that on my channel. They was biting all of our stuff, and they were answering the concerns that we were coming up with. And that's why they were making up these lies about the burn marks from the defibrillator,
right.
On a dressed body. Like we was going to believe that you can actually administer a shock on a deceased person. It doesn't work like that. You can't just plug it up and just shock a person. It's going to analyze, and it's going to say no shock advised, because if it doesn't assess a shockable rhythm, the AED is not going to administer a shock. So you
Right.
cannot burn a dead person.
Right. You need connectivity in order for the defibrillator to actually perform its job?
It
You
needs
know,
to assess that there is a rhythm that's shockable. Asystole is not a shockable rhythm. So when you put the pads on there and it's analyzing to see if it's something to shock. And if there is not a shockable rhythm, it's not going to allow you to shock. It's
right.
not going to charge.
Now this is on the skin, right?
Exactly.
Right.
When
Okay.
they said that they got post-mortem burns, those are lies. It's impossible to receive burns from a shock that would not have been administered. You can't just go put the pads on somebody and shock them. It doesn't work like that.
Now, how many different
That.
right? How many different applications of the defibrillator are there? You know, I know that there's the paddles, then there's hand wands.
I haven't used paddles in years. That's on.
Right, right. Okay. So
And
I'm just saying how many
as far as like, even if it's paddles or if it's pads,
right.
the machine is not going to administer a shock. It's to protect you from just putting the pads on somebody and shocking them.
Right.
If you don't have a rhythm that's shockable, it's not going to administer a shock. It's going to say
Right.
continue CPR, but it wouldn't have even detected anything. It would not have administered a shock. It's a safety mechanism. It doesn't matter if the AED is in Mexico or America or in this hospital or that hospital. It's going to analyze once you put the pads on there. And if there's no shockable rhythm, it's not going to charge. So when you put the pads on there, it detects, okay, and it say, okay, shock, right? So then it tells you how much joules how much voltage you're gonna give,
right.
and then it got to boot up to do the charge. If there's no rhythm for it to boot, there's no shock to give. It's not gonna work. You can't just go shock people. It's not gonna just shock a body. So
Right.
those are lies.
Okay, so where do you think, if anything, the burn marks came from?
I don't believe there are no burn marks. Why her people didn't say she had burn marks on her? Why did they talk about the bruise and the knot on her head, but they didn't say nothing about no burn marks? Her people wouldn't have not said anything about all these vicious injuries that they trying to describe.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is true that she had all these injuries and Mexico knew this back October the 29th, that they doing finger scrapings and checking the hands and all this.
Right.
They doing all this. And they said it was a violent death. Yet they said in November that they ruled out a violent death and any type of foul play, that it was alcohol poison, that it was cardiac arrest. She had a seizure and stooled herself. Remember all of that?
Mm-hmm.
In November, she had the seizure and peed and pooped her pants. Remember?
Right.
Did they forget about that? Then all of a sudden now, they saying that they did fingernail scrapings. Why? That sounds like some type of a crime scene. Found the body and they want to get some DNA sample. Oh, now we doing all of that. So these are lies. Lies. And since when did the Attorney General start doing autopsies? And how the hell was they doing an autopsy on a Saturday night and Sunday morning, hours after the person who was a foreign body, they hadn't even spoke to the family? Who gave them permission to do the autopsy? That's why I don't believe it's a real autopsy. That's baloney. That's fake.
You don't think any time sorted through there somewhere? Delayed time for an autopsy?
Why would they do an autopsy? Is not performed on every deceased person. So if they said that it was alcohol poisoning the night of the 29th, why are they rushing her body to get an autopsy hours later? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, they did find out that she was an American, not from Cabo, Mexico, and that
That's the reason to do an autopsy?
according to protocol, I mean, it's law protocol. That's what they did. Not to say that they needed permission. It was because it was a police investigation. And that right there triggers protocol for an autopsy, especially if they needed to determine medically how she did die.
How was it a police investigation? When they said they did call the doctor who came over there, when did the police get involved?
Same.
If it was a police investigation,
Right.
why did they let these people go? No one was held for questioning, and
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Attacking you. This is just how I talk.
No. I'm with you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
If this was supposedly, if they knew this night, this was supposed to be this vicious, violent murder, why in this interview report they had no interview from any of the Cabo Six, not one.
Right.
They didn't question him for nothing. So they just gave us two statements from the people that work there, with no statements from the Cabo Six. And you admitting to calling them a ride so they can go get food?
Right, I know.
You's busy taking nail scrapings and checking the vaginal orifices and the anus and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't think that these people needed to be questioned?
Right. So there's a level. So we can both agree that there is a level of incompetency here that blows this case up. When it comes to following medical procedure, legal procedures, and foreign protocol. And I think that's what Sue Ann Robinson was mentioning lightly in her press conference this afternoon, that there is a protocol to follow. However, there's some people that wasn't following protocol and seem to have acted outside of the regular norms of it. And this is what they're catching. You see, now that makes sense to me. People are going to try to cover a mistake. And I think in this case, they tried. Big time. Big time. Cabo Six, the doctor.
Well, then so then one or two have to be alive. If they covered their mistakes, that means that the autopsy is a lie and they didn't render an autopsy starting on the 29th. Otherwise, how are they saying that it was alcohol poisoning and cardiac arrest?
Correct.
If they were following the protocol because it was a murder where they're doing fingernail scrapings and all these other things.
Right. Well, that wasn't determined until the medical examiner got her body on the 30th.
But they said that they got the body on the 29th, that the body was already at 8 o'clock at 8 p.m.
Right.
On the 29th, the body is at the medical exam on a Saturday night. So the medical examiner getting out the bed on Saturday night on the weekend to do an autopsy that hasn't been requested by the family on a foreign body they haven't even spoke to the family.
Right, but that wasn't until 9 a.m. the next morning that the autopsy was performed. I was on the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
Yes, and the family still didn't even know where the body was.
Correct.
Cops were still calling around looking for the body. So how are they doing an autopsy already? Right? How are they doing an autopsy? They didn't even reach out to the family. So why would I believe that they're doing an autopsy on this foreign body that they haven't even reached out to the family on?
Right.
Haven't even had contact with the family. And they doing a whole autopsy on a Sunday morning? October 30th is Sunday morning.
Right. Correct. Correct. So who was Shanquella to them at that time? How were they supposed to know who she was until they were contacted about Shanquella during the course of the week? These are questions too.
Right.
You see, Dad had to call around down there in Mexico after Cabo 6 got back to find out where the hell she was.
Yes.
You see, and then they found her and then found out what happened.
Right. And they want us to believe that they already had done a whole autopsy on a Sunday morning on this, unknown person.
Yeah, that's what they want us to believe. I got you. How could that same thing take place so quickly if they didn't think it was foul play?
Yeah.
Right. No, I'm with you.
And then why did they do the first story that it wasn't foul play and that it was cardiac arrest, and then spend all this money on an autopsy? Because it ain't free.
No, it's not. I think it came with the price of shipping her back too.
So if they had already made the statement that it was alcohol poison, cardiac arrest, dehydration, a seizure, all these other things, and they ruled out foul play.
Right.
Why would y'all think we should believe that on the 30th, on the 29th, that the body, boom, already already set and ready to be moved to the surgical table for the procedure?
Correct.
That's baloney. And why did y'all just put it out there in March?
Right. And you're absolutely right. And I'm with you. You question everything. When things don't add up, timelines don't add up, statements don't add up, activities during the course of what happened doesn't add up. I mean, what are you going to do? You don't believe anyone until the facts come out. Now, what's facts? Now we go to science and math. Whatever is produced out of that realm, you have to take with the tendency that it stands to be far more truer than not true. Yeah. When you have the death certificate that's posted, you're going to take that as far more truer than word of mouth. You're going to take an autopsy report far more truer describing what the death certificate says than word of mouth. Because once you have those two documents together, one should connect with the other. And now we have a third autopsy given by the U.S. According to the FBI request, which was done in November when they got Shanquella's body back before they buried her. An autopsy was performed. So now take the science and the math and go to those documents again and then link the science and math together and see where we are. And now you'll find out the inconsistencies, the lies, how it either falls into the timeline or falls out of the timeline. Then you'll know exactly what direction to say, oh, those are the guys that are lying. Those are the guys that are stalling. Yeah. Those are the guys that are trying to, sweep this under the carpet, type stuff. To prevent getting justice for what happened, because Cabo 6 ain't saying a word.
Yeah. And just really quick too, if it appears true that they did this autopsy on November the 17th.
Yeah.
And, I could go back on, some of my old videos.
There you go.
And they said on the, report that the FBI didn't get on the case until November 17th. So they did the autopsy and all that the same day.
I mean, you put a point to it.
Look, it says it right here.
You put a point to it.
Look at here.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let me just shout out this real quick, and I'm coming in for an
I don't mean to keep you up too late.
No, you good. This is a November 17th, 2022.
Right.
Right now, I'll have to go back and find it, but the news was reporting that November 17th is when the FBI got involved on the case, picked up the case. So now they're saying that not only did they pick the case up, but they got the body and have performed an entire autopsy report all on the same day. All on the same day.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Because
unbelievable.
because now her funeral is now November the 19th. So they had to do it before the funeral, and
Okay.
that was my hope. That was my hope that they did get one done because they got her body back the 10th, and then the funeral was held the 19th. And I said, well, between the 10th and the 19th, 9 days, they should have, I hope, an autopsy done. And hence we got the date now on this autopsy saying that, yeah, this date does slide between the 10th and the 19th to say that they did perform this autopsy. So it moves us closer to say, okay, they did their due diligence to bring a bit more truth. Now they release it now only because there's no detriment to the case.
It's no detriment to the case. Okay. And
You
it
know,
took them 5 months to, figure this out. It took them 5 months.
no, just 5 months to tell us.
When I go through this, if I see them destroying her body with all of these injuries and all this stuff, and then it's going to come back inconclusive or undecided or whatever the bologna sandwich that they're trying to feed us, I'm going to, no.
Well, you go ahead, girl. You go ahead. But I'm just glad that you got the information. That's the key.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
And I appreciate everyone coming out to support and all that stuff. Like I said, I was, ready to just be off with this, but they keep coming up with all these horrific stories and things like that, and then people are wanting to get information on this and still wanting to make sure that we continue to seek justice for Shanquella, which is
Right.
what we're trying to do here.
And then again, too, you have some very valid, powerful questions. Now, who are your questions aimed at in this case? Now you can attach people to it. Does the Mexican government believe that we believe that their autopsy is correct according to what they gave us? Does the United States FBI's autopsy tell us something that we didn't already know? Was there somebody between both governments that fell or failed due diligence because of the timeline being all the way out here in where we are right now? April, come on now.
Yeah.
This happened what 6 months?
Yeah.
October, November, December, January, February, March, April. Come on. Now you tell us? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got some great questions, and like anybody else, due diligence. And that's what you're doing, due diligence. But then again, your questions should be directed at where you believe this information is coming from. If it's Mexico, it's Mexico. If it's the reporter, it's a reporter. If it's this one, it's this one. If it's that one, it's that one. If it's the FBI, the CIA, the ABC, the XYZ, and all these different people, now you can say, okay, who's lying?
Yeah.
Who's not really telling us the truth? Why are they coming up with this now? Why are they trying to change the narrative? You
Yeah.
see? And then you can sort the story out a whole lot better. but you're still doing a fabulous job. And I try to come by, but I always miss you, so I have to catch the replay.
Oh yeah, because I haven't, been consistent. I kind of fell off. I went back to work at the end of February.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Back to
Doing your thing,
yeah,
keeping it
nursing.
you're doing your thing, keeping a nice smile, keeping everybody, on the glow and in the know. I hear you. Okay.
Mhm.
But I just wanted to jump on here just to let you know that, hey, I hadn't forgotten about you.
I
I
appreciate.
still watch you. I catch the replay a lot. And I said, as long as you're on the beam, like I know you'll stay on the beam, we'll get there. It's unfortunate we're on the path that we're, you know, taken right now because of how they're giving out the information. But as long as we're following the information, we'll follow the lies along with the truths. And then in the end, we'll know for sure who
Yeah,
was trying to bamboozle us. You know, now, why is this all addressed at a certain culture of people?
yeah.
Why does this certain culture of people have to fight so hard for justice? And why is it so easy for other cultures to get justice? That's where the truth is going. And it tells us a whole lot about our country that most people ain't talking about.
That's true.
You know, so
That's
you
true.
keep doing your thing.
Thank you, John. Appreciate
Much love
it.
to you and your team, and I miss you madly. I said I gotta catch her one time live, and sure enough, I said, okay, you're up here 3 hours. If she's getting ready to close down, I gotta jump up there real quick.
I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm sure, things have been very quiet over here, as far as like there's, really no one's coming. No one's coming. They just kind of put a dark blanket over here to, discourage people. It's super sad, right? That no one really wants to get the justice here. They're more
Yeah.
concerned with, pushing these stories out there and promoting the people that want to go for the lies. And
Well, you know what that's about. You know what that's about as a content creator now. If it ain't about hits, clicks, likes, views, and the other little dollar sign kind of thing flipping up, and hey, people are doing what they do.
see, I didn't get in the game that way. I just kind of a content creator by default. I was just thinking I was going to say the one little thing.
Got you in trouble.
Now it's just grown into this, but all this, being monetized or clicks and all that kind of stuff. When I put my stuff out there, I'm just really just trying to say what I'm just trying to say.
Right.
And,
Yeah, me too.
click on this and I need to get some views. So I need to tell them that, yeah, I saw Shanquella on the roof and the people, like I don't do that. Like even though this whole channel has been, I saw when whatever they did to do it to stop the growth, because when this thing started to take off, it was taking off, it was flourishing fast, right? And the analytics was saying that this was, going to grow big. However,
Yes.
I know that somebody, a person, ain't got nothing to do with the AI or the algorithm, have manually done things to slow the growth down on this channel. Because they don't want the truth out there. And anybody who's a content creator who stands on the truth and is not going to just push the agenda that they want to keep people blind and confused and herd the blind, leading the people into whatever they want. So, people like that, people like me, you're not going to get no place. So I'm already knowing that, this ain't going to be the channel that's going to get all of the views and all of the subs and all that stuff. But the people that come over here like me, they like that I stand for the truth. And so I'm good. I don't care if it's 20 people in here that's coming to hear the truth, math and science. I'm good with that. So
all right. Good, because that's what I know you to be, math and science. So you hold it down, buckle up, love. It's only saying that you're doing something important, That's all it is. And you're going to get your haters. You're going to get those that'll try to knock you out the box, try to make you come out your shell and all this other stuff. Me, I don't have to worry about it because I already know the game.
Yeah. Okay. I'm
You
learning it. I see.
know?
I'm like, it's enough for everybody, right? People are gonna go, they want to watch all the stuff. So to try to, you're just gonna just bring negative energy and negative karma back to yourself. So whatever.
Yeah. Well, you speak up far better than they can listen anyway. So yeah, but they have nothing over you.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome. Much love to you.
All
Much love
right.
to the chat. Thank you so much for having me. And
Welcome.
yeah, pedal to the metal. Keep it going.
I will. Thanks, John.
All right.
Bye-bye. All right. So anybody else out there who wants to come up and say their piece, the link is still there. Did I pin it? I don't know if I pinned it or not. However, I did put that in the description box, the link to that this autopsy report. And PM channel, is this it also? But if y'all click the description for this video, you should be able to see, you should be able to get it. Let me see if I can click on it, if it's a clickable link here. But yeah, so I'm just saying, y'all, this stuff here, I'm suspicious of the dates, because how were you guys again, now FBI is sounding just as ridiculous as Mexico with this quick, speedy autopsy report, right? If when we read the Wikipedia and it says that the FBI got on the case November the 17th, how and why did they do an autopsy the same day? The same day. The same day. And take 5 months to put the information out there. From an autopsy report that they did back November the 17th. Like it doesn't add up. There's no way. Let's see what day November 17th actually fell on. It better not be a weekend day, I tell you that much. All right, so no, it was a Wednesday. No, sorry, Thursday. So Thursday, November 17th, the FBI got on the case and immediately performed an autopsy report. Immediately, they performed an autopsy report. Super fast. Super fast. Super fast. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right, let me just do this real quick because wow. All right. So interesting that this here says date of final report being April 12th, 2023. So that's been sitting on a back burner for a pretty good while, right? If the date of the exam was 11/17 at 9 a.m., good heavens. So that what time exactly did they get on the case? At 8 o'clock? So they got on the case at 8 o'clock and they were already doing. So if they got on the case on the 17th, they got on the case on the 17th, and they're already doing the autopsy at 9 o'clock. Now, that's pretty fast, right? That's pretty fast, right? So you know, at work, you just get there, you just get to work, right? And you're adding this, right? So it's highly unlikely that the same day that you get the case, you are already at an autopsy. Did you even read the report? You just got the case. So who believes that on November 17th at 9 a.m. that an autopsy was being performed on Shanquella? Cause of death undetermined. What kind of an answer is this for a 25-year-old to have an undetermined cause of death? But yeah, I'll work out with y'all some little longer. I mean, not tonight, but I mean, as far as like, we're gonna go through this just like we did Mexico stuff. We're gonna do the same. We're gonna return the favor to the good old U.S. of A. And go from there too. All right, yeah. Oh yeah. All right, so then they did good to put this doctor writing on here too. This little scribble scratchel type of stuff here. Can't see nothing here. Let's see. What is this? This says this. Oh, I guess it's the tattoo. Tattoo here. All right. Man, because if they really describe, some really bad things on this body and then sit there and say undetermined, we're going to have some problems. We're going to have some problems here. All right. Spleen, river, year. Let's see. Musculoskeletal. All right. Let's just see here. As previously described, a detailed posterior neck and upper back dissection reveals no evidence of hemorrhage or disruption of any of the muscle or ligaments, and no injury or misalignments of the cervical vertebrae column. The upper to mid thoracic spine shows a slight lateral scolitic curvature. Scolitic curvature. Just from the video that I just showed y'all from the attack, if we could see the neck injury from her head when she slung her over and snapped her neck, and her head fell into the position that your head can go in unless it was detached from your body, how in the hell y'all saying that there's no injuries here? None. No misalignment, none. These are lies. This is a lie. This is a lie. I can see the bones in this already. Says the brain. As previously described, the brain is present within the cranial cavity in a clear plastic wrap. Wait a minute. Okay, so if Mexico did an autopsy October the 30th, right? So what did they do? They took out the brain because, wait a minute. So the brain lost a whole 1,000 grams because, according to the Mexican autopsy, the brain weight was 2,500 grams, right? It was 2,000 and something. And here, I guess the brain, has lost some weight because it's only 1,000 grams here. So they did the autopsy, and what they put the stuff back in there, right? So that over here they could do an additional autopsy, cutting into these cavities, right? Later right? Because they already took the brain out for the autopsy they did in Mexico, right? They took the brain out and measured it. I want to say it was like either 2,200 or 2,500 grams. But here, it's only 1,160. Okay. All right. See, SCAP, as previously described, the previously disrupted dura shows a small amount of adherent subdural blood. A small amount of adherent subdural blood. A small amount. When Mexico just said, she had all this excessive swelling, right? It was edematous. Anyway, so let me see what day I'm going to come back and talk to y'all on this one. Okay, it'll have to be over the weekend. Sunday night. We'll do Sunday night. Sunday night. Sunday night. Sunday night, and get your popcorn ready. Mel B. RN said, I've been a nurse for almost 2 decades and have never seen or used an AED that will allow a shock if a shock is not advised. ACLS is every 2 years. Thank you. No shockable rhythm equals continuous CPR. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all hear that? So you don't think I'm just making stuff up. Any nurse from any place, anybody who work in healthcare, anybody who has access to the AED, you put it on the pads and it analyzes. And it's only going to shock a shockable rhythm. If it does not detect a shockable rhythm, Mel B. RN is correct. It's going to say no shock advised. Continue CPR, and you go with your compressions. Staying alive, staying alive. We used to say another one bites the dust. But then they thought that, that was not a good song to sing with the CPR, so they made us change it to Staying Alive. But it used to be another one bite the dust. You had to do like a rhythm, so you pump the chest for, to keep the beat up, because you want to, go to a certain speed. So you're supposed to sing the song. Another one bite the dust. Another one bite the dust, and then they said that was not a good song to sing, and then so now we took Staying Alive. Staying alive, staying alive. That's what we're doing. All right. So thank you so much, Melby, for sharing that with everyone. Denitha says, when someone passes at home or it considered a homicide until they complete an autopsy report. My brother passed at home with his heart pass in his hand and they still had said homicide. Wow. My thing is this. Mexico said they did finger scrape. They was describing like a murder, a person who had been murdered. They scraping under the fingers for what? Now they listing defensive marks. You don't think that family would have said when they got her body back, she had all these defensive marks on her? They would have been singing that to the top of their lungs. Right. At Mel B. Right. That's right. You got the people saying that. So, right, John. Let's see here. L.T. Jones says, when she was taken to the coroner was told alcohol poison. Medical examiner got her body and saw the bruises. The state can order autopsy. Okay. So L.T. Jones says, when she was taken to the coroner's office, coroner was told alcohol poison, right? So, I mean, I'm going to be opening up a can of worms on this one here. We're going to answer that when we come back on Sunday. But according to the document that Sue Robinson put out there that had Mexico's autopsy version in the back, it clearly stated that at 8 p.m., Shanquella's body was already being, at the medical examiners to receive an autopsy. They were getting ready to transfer the body over to the table to perform the autopsy. I don't see them doing that on a Saturday night and a Sunday morning, when they had not identified the family, they had not made contact with the family. And if the coroner's office was suspicious of a murder, why did they not go talk with the Cabo Six? Why did they not detain the Cabo Six if they thought this was a murder? They also said in their document that the police were there. So if they were thinking that this was a murder back then, why did they let the Cabo Six go? LaJessica says, that's what I've been saying, RN. Who gave them permission to do an autopsy? Exactly. These lies. Right, LT Jones? Everybody is agreeing with that. LT Jones says, if state orders autopsy, the family doesn't have to pay. If the family orders, they have to pay. Mexico, poor state. Why did Mexico order an autopsy if they already said that they ruled out any foul play? Mexico, back in November, said it was cardiac arrest, that she had alcohol poison. And the first story was the alcohol poison and had a seizure and died. Right? Remember that? It was alcohol poison, seizure, died. Then it was alcohol poison, cardiac arrest, and died. Now they're saying a violent death. We need to do finger scrapings, a rape kit. I'm sorry, oops, I said the wrong word. A grape kit. We got to do all of that, right? Come on, y'all. These are lies. Mexico autopsy report was not a full autopsy. It wasn't a full lie. It was just partial. Dreaming of Vegas says, I agree. It's extremely disheartening and beyond aggravating that Shanquella is being done just as bad in death as she was in the last hours of her young life. Shaking my head. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. All right. So he's seeing you right there. Okay. So this is the link for the document. Let me see if it's showing up in this here chat box. Uh-oh. That ain't what I need to do. Ooh. Delete. Let me get this out of there. That ain't it. That's my email. Get out of that. That is wrong there. All right. Oops. Uh-oh. All right, let me delete all of that. All right, I'm getting tired, so I'll have to do that on another day. So let's see here. I love all of y'all. Ooh, love all of y'all. And see here. I will see y'all on Sunday. We come back on Sunday. And y'all go ahead and do y'all's research too, so we can have some good questions. And then, the panel will be open again too. And y'all feel free to come up and, speak your piece and all that good stuff. Love y'all. And thank you so much for stopping by. Like, share, and subscribe. Peace and love. Bye.